Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen, and this is round 4 of
Hello,
Russian
everyone.
Superfinals.
Yeah.
Grandmaster Pavel Tregubov.
And Daniil Yuffa.
Today, again, with you, trying to satisfy your interests with the good commentary and hoping for players to help us with fresh ideas and unpredictable decisions. So, talking about the standings and asking to show us the cross table of the both sections and as well as pairings. Yeah.
Sergei Karyakin is in comfortable lead in the men's section.
And we have a very interesting game today between Karyakin and Chigaev. So Chigaev is a relatively young player. My teammate, by the way, my good friend, facing against Minister of Defense Sergei Karyakin. And in this tournament, his defense is more about offense because like he took 2 out of 2 playing with black pieces, which could have been predicted, by the way.
Let us remind you that Maxim Chigaev has recently won the Russian High League and joined this nice company in the very last moment. So maybe even unexpectedly for himself, who knows?
Yes, it was a very, I would say, very good period for Maxim, very productive during the lockdown. He played a lot of online tournaments. He took a lot of prizes. He performed quite well. He worked a lot on chess, and it finally paid off for him. He won the higher league. And, well, I think, the last... I remember Igor Lisi winning Russian Superfinal 2014 after winning the higher league. It's not a coincidence. It's more or less some kind of flaw when the player who wins the higher league performs quite well in the Superfinal. It means he fully deserves the right to play in the strongest round-robin Russian competition.
Right, even if this particular Superfinal is particularly strong, and nevertheless Maxim is doing quite well for the moment, beating one of the favorites, in my opinion, Daniil in round 2, and didn't lose any single M so far. So today is his third black game, right? Yes.
For Maxim.
For Maxim.
Yes,
yeah,
that's correct. This is third black game for him. He took 1-1 with white pieces, beating Zubov in round 2. And this Superfinal is more about youth because the oldest participant is Peter Svidler, I think 8, if I'm not mistaken, 8 times Russian champion. Yeah. So then, who next? I think Nikita Vityugov, who's 33 currently, and the other participants are 30 and younger.
Oh, really?
Yes, so then Karyakin, then Nepomniachtchi, and then Matlakov and Yesipenko is 18, Chigaev is 24, Dubov is 24, Antipov is 23, Artemiev is 22, Fedoseev is 25, Goganov is 29.
So Yesipenko is clear.
Yeah, the youngest participant.
Yeah.
But in the women's section, I don't know who is the youngest, so...
Grigoreva is 18, and maybe Garifulina is even younger. Not sure.
It seems to be that she's 16 or 17. It's easier to just check the, FIDE profile or the profile of the player on the Russian Chess Federation, ruchess.ru site. I think everything is written here. And also Getman is quite young. Polina Shvalova is 18 or something. Okay, anyway.
A little bit older, I think.
Yeah, so the most experienced participant is, I think, Alisa Galyamova.
That's clear. It is clear.
Yeah, and then, of course, famous players, Kostyuk, Pagonina,
Yeah.
many times Russian champions, examining the youth in the women's superfinal. And
it's funny to deal with the generation which is born in 21st century. It's quite unusual for me. So these young girls are born already.
Yeah, in the new
21,
millennial. Yeah.
Just funny.
Yes.
Yeah, because for me the limit, the border of ages, the border of centuries is very remarkable. Because the year 2000 was one of the best in my career. Managed to win the European Championship and a couple of other tournaments. And now I comment on games of players born after that.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite unusual to understand that somebody can be younger than you, even for me, because like, so you know that me as well as you, so we play football on more or less a good level, let's say, and I've been training with my team, Human Football Club, and some of my teammates were, they were the same age as me, like 1997, 1998. One of them has played for Benfica as a reserve goalkeeper. The other guy is playing in Russian Premier League. But then, like, that's a new generation. I see players like Kylian Mbappe, who is like 2 years younger than me in squad. Ansu Fati is like 18, and you just couldn't you couldn't believe that somebody can be younger than you, and also being already very, very successul. And obviously, so I'm not jealous of that, and I'm very happy to see youngsters improving, especially in chess. And I would bet that some of these guys who participate in the men's section will fight for the chess crown for sure.
Yeah, quite probable. By the way, the younger girls are doing quite well here, and I mean, I don't talk about their results, mostly about the level of play. And yeah, some missed opportunity yesterday, for example. Both Grigorieva and Garfulina had their chances.
So Grigorieva was clearly winning, and Garifulina most likely she was winning.
She was winning several occasions as well, as analysis showed.
Yeah, but I mean, like during our analysis, even for us, it wasn't that.
No, it was not that clear. Yeah, sure. But objectively, she was several times winning. Even in the very last game, even after a Queen's exchange, she was still winning.
Wow.
Yeah, but it was not that clear. If you remember the position when Black King was still on h6, White was winning after Rook d7, Rook f7.
So some kind of Zugzwang, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
And Bishop on d4, you just play King f1.
Yeah, that's true. And what about passive defense, like putting the king on g8? Or
No, that was the right plan. But at some point, Gerechkina went f6, allowing Rook d7, cutting the king off.
Wow.
Of the 8th rank, and then Rook f7. It was already the third occasion. I mean, because previously she missed 2 more occasions. But all of them were quite complicated.
So this endgame obviously has to be included in the chess manuals.
Sure.
Because it's a bit unusual, but full and very rich, full of ideas, and that's a study-like endgame.
So what's going on?
Nothing really interesting yet.
Yeah, but it seems like Sergei Karakin is puzzled now. Yeah.
Yeah. So knight c6.
Something unexpected to learn.
Maybe the second moves.
Yes, the second move. And what is Maxim's usual?
E4, e5. He is being quite solid. Lastly. Well, I remember Maxim playing Caro-Kann, French defense. He used to play Taimanov, Najdorf. He used to play a lot of lines, but mainly E4, E5 is the reason why I couldn't even remember when was the last game he lost in the classical chess, by the way. Because I remember his tournaments he played in Russian High League. He didn't lose even a single game. Then Russian Team Championship. No losses. and very, very good and solid start, very mature, being so this is his rookie year in Superfinals. Obviously, expecting him to see many more times. Yeah, so nothing. Well, maybe something wrong with the broadcast, but all of the games, I mean, like only moved to.
Yeah, that's clear that
maybe
there
we
are
should,
more moves played in this game.
Maybe we should put the focus on the playing hall and try to.
So we have
we can try to catch some moves.
Some broadcasting issue, right? Oh, let's check.
Yeah, because most likely Karakin will not spend 10 minutes on move 3. Okay, yeah, so just...
I should apologize for some broadcasting issue.
So let's look on the playing hall.
Or if it's possible in traditional boards, just if it's possible to focus on...
So what do we have? This is Svidler against Dubov.
Still, they're too far. Eh? It looks like some Rui Lopez. Yeah, it looks like anti-Marshall probably. Pawn A4.
And Peter seems very puzzled. So, what's going on there? Peter's spending his time and distracting to some other things. Okay, and just notice it that Peter is wearing mask and Daniil decided to. Well, I just can't even explain it. Well, not to take more risk, but Peter is properly following all COVID protocols.
So here we have anti-Marshall, right? And here
probably, yeah.
Some...
Can't even see. And Andrei is smiling. I don't know what he's thinking about. I know Andrei is being a fan of Arsenal Football Club, and that's why there is no reason to smile at all, according to the recent results of this London club. Because recent loss in the derby against Tottenham made him being very, very upset.
He seems to be thinking about it now, yeah?
Yeah, so... yeah, obviously Superfinal is more important than Arsenal games, but I can fully understand Andrei because I support the same team, and recently I don't remember waking up in a good mood, being in a good mood after Arsenal's game.
So the little technical issues seem to be resolved. And we are back.
Yeah, so yeah, as well, so we can see Peter Svider, so let's move to his game.
It's
Against
not
Daniil Dubov, it's our Archangel
Archangelski, right.
variation in Rui Lopez.
It's not anti-martial at all, eh?
Yeah, no anti-martial, pawn is still on d2, but bishop c5 is on the board, so knight f6 castle, b5, bishop b3, and bishop c5, a4, rook b8, c3.
Am I mistaken saying that Peter had played a lot of games in Archangelski with black himself?
Probably. And,
well, it's very courageous choice for Daniil Dubov then.
Maybe he decided to play e5 just because he wasn't like that sure about his Rossolimo that he usually plays with g6 because he lost the game to Maxim Chigaev, and then after the game I decided to analyze this line more or less properly, and frankly speaking I didn't find an equality in this line with h7, h6. Okay, h7, h6 was played instead of normal c5, which he tried against Peter Svider in previous Grand Prix in Hamburg. So, and it was a very funny moment that h7, h6, d3, d4 is even stronger than if white plays d2, d4 at once, because at some lines pawn on g6 is hanging. So this like d3, h6, d4, this h7, h6 inclusion is not in favor of black, and well, basically I couldn't find out what was the idea of this h7, h6. It should be, there should be something behind it, but I couldn't really figure it out. So c3 is played, d6, d4, bishop b6. So this is more or less well-known position.
One of the critical lines of
yeah, I'm trying to recall a4, a5 there or not.
No, a5. I think it's. Yeah, probably here also. Yeah. Then a takes b5 and followed by knight a3 is one of the.
For sure. Yeah, so I've been puzzled because it reminds me some kind of position with bishop a7. I can't really figure out what's going on after knight a5. Probably d takes e5.
But d takes e5, yes.
So the point being that bishop a5 is simply losing because of d5, and black cannot avoid losing one of these two minor pieces. So a5 is an option. Okay, it seems a bit illogical because a4 was played with an idea to take on b5, opening a file for the rook, but then a4, a5 for all of a sudden may come. That's a kind of typical.
Yeah, but okay, the idea is, well, there is still some idea because a5 is now taken off the knight, so knight a5 is a typical, it's quite typical maneuver in this situation. So a5 is also an option, yeah. And we are winning some tempers, attacking the bishop and so on, yeah, but it's rather complicated.
Yeah, so it may be fought with rook e1 or bishop g5. There is plenty of ideas. Okay.
A takes b5, played by Peter.
A takes b5 instead of a5. Okay, a takes, knight a3.
And as
possibly also bishop e3, I think, is the move.
Or knight a3, no? Or
knight a3 or bishop e3, I think. Well, so at least I think white may have like plenty of options, but it all depends on the depth of an. Wow, queen d3. That's something I have never seen, basically. So what is the point? The point being that
pawn is attacked.
b5 pawn is hanging, and I think like bishop d7 is very in the style of Daniil, or even castle. I don't know. So let's say castle. If we give up this pawn, can we take it on b5? Possibly yes.
And just come back.
Yeah, so let's say queen b5, and black still has plenty of options.
Now maybe e takes d4, huh?
E takes
No, okay, no, I'm sorry.
No, but-
C4 is the way.
So
Available
c4.
square,
I mean, E takes d4 just to explain to the
Yeah.
spectators. Bishop d7, queen c4, bishop e6, and queen may simply retreat on a4.
A4 probably, yeah.
Well, it shouldn't be enough for black for sure, even after d takes c3.
No,
Let's say we take on e6, and so well, just being a piece down. Well, nothing really good for them. Queen d3
Mm-hmm.
is played. An interesting idea.
Mm-hmm. Prepared at home,
Yeah, for sure.
for sure, yeah. Played quite.
Nobody plays. Exceptionally, Peter doesn't play this move fastly if he doesn't know it.
Even not fast.
Yeah,
I mean,
otherwise he will spend like
yeah. But
a lot of minutes.
that's very, very quick reply from Daniil. So maybe we are a little bit outdated. Maybe bishop queen d3 is already.
Mhm. So castle is played. Queen b5, let's say.
Maybe it is not new. Maybe it was already
For
played.
sure. Let's say bishop
So
d7. Isn't it that bad?
Queen go back.
Queen
goes back. Yeah.
goes back to
And
d3.
maybe
let's
e
say.
takes. If c takes, then there are some tricks with knight b4 probably, or even just something like, I don't know,
Bishop g4 or
bishop g4, whatever. Yeah.
knight d4 is also possible.
Knight d4, yes.
Knight d4, let's say knight d4, bishop d4, bishop f7,
yeah.
intermediate.
Queen takes.
Rook takes, queen takes, and well, white is a piece as a pawn up, and I don't see
Mhm.
the compensation. Well, there might be some, but obviously not enough. So we'll see what was Daniil's idea after queen b5 if Peter plays it. Very interesting.
Well, once again, it should be known.
Should be known. Okay, following Artemiev against Fedoseev, another youngster clash. c4, e5, English, knight f3, knight c6, a3, d5.
Mm-hmm.
C takes, knight takes, queen c2, knight c3, b takes c3, bishop d6, g3. Well, some kind of reversed, I'll say,
Paulsen.
dragon or Paulsen, I don't know. So bishop coming to g2, let's say castle. So queen e7 is played first. Yeah, probably aiming e5, e4, and most likely forcing white to play d3. And then let's say black still may castle, bishop g2, and play rook b8. So this is one of the most solid setups. Aiming to play b6, bishop b7, king knight retreats, c7, c5. Black should be fine there.
Yeah, and then maybe rook b8 is not really needed. Maybe even something.
Yeah, I know in this guy.
Like knight a5, or sometimes plays in similar position. In a reversed version with white, knight a5, c5.
Yeah, it can be. Or well, black has plenty of lands. Also, rook e8 is fine. Bishop e5, whatever.
Hmm.
Okay, so it seems that Fedoseev.
Knows what he's doing.
Yeah, knows, and he doesn't really feel any inconveniences after the opening.
Well, but we should mention that English opening is one of the preferable one for Vladislav Artemiev. He feels.
Yeah, Vladislav likes long games, and
this opening quite well.
His style of play reminds me of Michael Adams at some point. I don't know why.
Even
so it's like making a net and waiting for your prey. So
Right.
that's why.
early Carlson
Maybe.
is also.
But you know, like I've read a book about Carlsen's games, and he used to be like very, very attacking player
Really?
with a lot of mates, and Rui Lopez was white. Well, basically just Artemiev as well as Carlsen is a very classical player with a lot of strong sides and very few drawbacks. Almost a perfect player. Antipov against Yepomishi, it should be very interesting, knowing the style of play of both players. Another Naidov, and then Mikhail opted for a3-6 move. Talking about Carlsen, a2, a3 was played by Carlsen for several times. I think Carlsen Nakamura game. e5, knight f3, h6, bishop c4, bishop e6, bishop b3. So at some point Nepomniachtchi prevented Antipov's idea, which he implemented in the game against Svitigov. He took on e6 in some kind of position very similar to then played knight g5, and he had a very promising position. Yeah, the bishop b3, knight c6, castle, rook c8. And what's going on next? By the way, so what is the plan there for white? With this a bit awkward pawn on a3, which is not really needed, because in this case white has only one capture if black takes on b3. Usually they choose between a and c pawn, but now a2, a3 looks a bit awkward in comparison to more or less program h6, h7, h6.
What is the idea of a3 actually?
So I think the idea of a3 is that, let's say, I think the line after e5 is knight f5 also. So the point being that after d5, which is very logical, white can play bishop g5, and after d4, knight d5.
And there is no check.
And there is no checks because b2, b4, and black is simply slightly worse. I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken, and maybe bishop f5 is there. Maybe I was wrong. So let's say bishop g5, d4, maybe something else. Maybe bishop c4, by the way.
Maybe, yeah.
Or bishop takes f6.
Maybe bishop takes f6 as well.
Bishop takes f6, g takes bishop c4, or...
but at some...
But there again, I think I'm blundering. And I'm not 100% sure, but like white have tried a lot of moves after...
So it's some line we avoid check on a5 on b4 as well, yeah?
Yes.
This is it. So after e6, what is the idea, for example? If
I think that can be at some kind of transposition to Scheveningen positions.
After f4, yeah?
Yeah, f4 or bishop e3 first, or bishop e3. Yeah, so a2, e3 is not that useless, but well...
Okay, it could be the transposition to Scheveningen, yeah?
Principally I'm trying to recall, so is bishop g5 possible over there? It always seemed to me that yes, but now I'm failing to find the right answer, and it's a bit disappointing. Okay, we still can take on f6, but g takes. We cannot play knight e5 and knight e2. Black even has an idea to take on f5 and play queen d5, which is quite typical there, and also a simple knight c6 or bishop e6. Black shouldn't be much worse there for sure. So anyway, rook c8 is on the board, and what's going on next? So probably white will try to invade with some minor piece on d5, let's say playing rook e1 first, not
maybe we can getting use of pawn on a3, maybe queen d3 is possible now, because there is no knight b4, yeah? And maybe just directly doubling on d5 is not that bad idea.
That's also an idea, that's correct. After queen d3, black may choose various continuation, let's say
beginning from about knight a5 maybe.
Knight a5, b5, simple bishop e7. Anyways, the position is very complicated. a2, a3 looks a little bit awkward, but in terms of modern chess, sometimes this kind of awkward moves can even help in the future decision making.
Sure. What about Sergei Karakin's game?
So we've got a very similar position with Peter Svider's game, but it's not a rectangle, it's just classical Ruy Lopez main line. Rook e1, b5, bishop b3, castle, a4, and then b4, and then a5 played. By the way, Peter Svider was also well known for playing this kind of positions after d4, d6 with both colors, and after d takes e5. Black has knight e5 and d takes e5, and Peter won a solid number of games with black, even with black pieces. So b4, a5 is played instead of d4, d6, c3, rook b8, bishop c4, at some point pinning the bishop on c8 because a6 pawn is the real target, h6, d4. And it's Maxim's turn to move. And I'm trying to... No, of course, knight e4 is a bad idea. This was my first thought.
Bishop d5.
Because of simple bishop d5. We don't even need to calculate rook e4 or d5, but bishop d5 winning a piece. So d4, and what will Maxim choose? He just played h6. It means probably he's intending to play rook e8 next. And then bishop f8.
And we don't have the ideas like e takes d4, c takes d4, d5 in this position. Yeah.
Probably we do. Probably we do.
Well, there should be something wrong here, of course. Otherwise...
Or maybe nothing. Or maybe just a theory. Let's say knight e5, but the point being... So what I didn't really like there is some kind of queen b3. The point that we have the pawn on a5, no knight a5.
No knight e5,
So
right.
black can place bishop b6 still, but I think I would still prefer white in this position at some point. A6 pawn is hanging almost everywhere. At least we can try queen a4 and bishop takes a6. Well, d5 can be the move. And
no. Yeah, you're probably right. This is the reason. So queen b3, after queen b3, white has a very comfortable pressure on d5 square, and maybe that's just it.
Okay. Matlakov Yesipenko, I think that's the only game that we haven't covered yet. Inviting to Catalan, or also to c5 transposing to Benoni or knight f3. Also very popular move, and played by Maxim Matlakov himself. He won a very cute game against Benjamin Bok several years ago there. So d5, bishop g2, bishop e7, knight f3, castle, and b3. So Daniil Dubov and Maxim Matlakov are trying very 6 moves after the normal Catalan setup. And instead of queen c2, there is b3 coming then. So let's try to bet what will be the next move over there. Knight bd2, maybe? Maybe h2, h4, which is very, I mean...
A new tendency.
A new tendency according to Lila 0 engine. h2, h4 is never a mistake, but b3 is just a good move.
What about b3? Do you know this move? Because
Well, I've seen it very briefly, but I can't follow it up with deep analysis. I mean, like b6 looks more or less logical, so I'm trying to understand.
Or c5 for d takes c4 first, followed by c5. I would also consider these moves, but
of course
probably there is some theory already.
Maybe Matlakov is just aiming to receive this kind of position. It means that we finally received a normal Catalan. It's this c4 pawn is not a drawback because it captures d5 square, which is very important. And usually all of these Catalan setups was the passive bishop on c8 are used to be evaluated as in a slight favor of white. So b3, b6 is more or less fine.
That's why.
Castle, bishop b7, but you know what? This is this position is just the same as bishop before bishop e7 Catalan with bishop on d2 instead of c1, but with this knight on with this bishop on c1, I think so that's the reason. Bishop b2 comes at once, while in positions with bishop on d2, still white has an idea to transfer it to b2, even gaining it, even losing a tempo. c5, knight e1. Wow. Knight e4, which is quite logical, otherwise the d5 pawn will be weak. Knight e4, c takes, e takes, and white now has I would say a pleasant choice. Yeah, I would try to play knight d3, by the way. My idea is to put knight on f4. In case of c takes d4, we always have knight b5. Taking the pawn back and playing against this. Well, I can't say weak, but so it's just normal. But it's just an aesthetical, a natural drawback. So clearly white couldn't be worse. They're slightly pushing.
No, yeah, probably, yeah, okay. Queen.
Because if we take on c5 instantly, obviously black takes on c5 with a piece.
It's knight probably.
Yeah, probably knight.
What about simple? Bishop f6 is coming in. But I will in time just transfer knight to d4, back to d4, knight c2, for example.
Transferring
knight c2, knight c2.
Yeah, knight c2. Yeah, because we're not going to...
Bishop f6, knight d4.
Yeah, but I think there is no necessity to... But yeah, but you're forcing me to take. Or not. So can I play knight d4?
Knight d4 was my idea.
Yeah, black can take on c3. Let's say knight takes... Bishop takes knight e4. Maybe still slightly better for white.
Okay, yeah. Still second fall.
I mean, usually computer says it's 0.0, but,
yeah, but
in terms of human beings...
yeah. Human in this position is...
Yeah, humanity can do nothing against the iron.
Nah.
Nowadays.
Okay, rook c1, then I will transfer a queen to maybe to a1.
Yeah, so our main
d1,
idea is to trade as many minor pieces as we can and attack this d5 pawn.
Oh, this is
Knight c2 is played instead of knight d3, so maybe it's even more clever.
But maybe white is just preparing d takes c5. I don't know why d takes c5
Still
immediately
maybe.
was not that good. Yeah. Bishop f6 certainly should be considered.
And still white has a choice.
And now white has no time to take on c5 anymore. So
Yeah, because the knight is hanging. So bishop f6. Okay, e2, e3 is the move. Well, just a very complicated game. I had a crazy idea to play knight e3, but I don't really liked it. At least he takes d4 and black should be worse.
Yeah, maybe c takes d4 simply.
Okay. Vichugov against Goranov. That's a very well-known Queen's Indian setup. Queen's Gambit setup, sorry. Bishop f6, queen takes bishop c4,
It's Rogozin,
c5.
right?
Yeah, it's Rogozin. Yeah, I mean, like it came from...
Vienna.
So that's a trump position.
Yeah.
Vienna, Queen's Gambit, Rogozin. Well, I think we will leave this question for the chess theoreticians.
Right, yeah.
Bishop takes... Yeah, talking about the chess theory, queen d8 is the best. Knight e4, castle, queen e2, nothing new. Bishop e7 is the strongest. Rook fd1, queen e5. So also knight c6 could be played there, but something that Goganov didn't really like in knight c6. The question is basically what? So a2 e3 I think is more or less like a regular move in this position. So white shouldn't be hurrying to take back this d4 pawn because black is a bit struggling to finish their development because all the time when bishop comes to d7 it closes the vertical for the queen's black's queen and then the d4 will be easier to get. Talking about bishop b7 now, I'm not even sure that white still can take on d4. Yeah, so there can be some cute tactical tricks, but we have to calculate them.
Yeah, but I was about to say that probably white is not in a hurry. Maybe just the idea is to play just something like knight g3, maybe.
b4 or knight g3.
Or maybe b4 first, I don't know, but or just directly knight g3, queen e4. Intending to play bishop d3 sometimes.
Yes, and then if g6 then h4, h5.
Right.
Well, that's more or less, at least the type of positions is well known. Rook fd1, queen a5 played instead of knight c6, a3, rook d8, which is also logical. b4, queen b6, I think still players following the theory. Because I've seen this kind of queen a5, queen b6 provoking b4, creating a target to scratch a7, a5 with.
Maybe like start with bishop d7 now instead of knight c6. Okay, knight c6 seems very very natural, but maybe bishop d7 is also interesting. The idea is to have bishop c6 in case white plays queen e4.
Okay, in a romantical point.
Yeah, but then maybe knight c6.
Then
maybe knight c6, bishop e8, and I mean,
I'll try. I'll try to check.
Yeah, okay, yeah, good try anyway, yeah. I was taught when I was child that there is no mate if white has no dark square bishop.
Nothing to sacrifice on h6.
Yes,
but then we have
who
minor
knows?
pieces.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not now. I'm not sure.
Maybe bishop c6 is a bit more solid.
Still, yeah.
And then intending to take on f3, eliminating a potentially dangerous knight.
Right.
So bishop e7, of course, is not losing by force. Maybe it has some drawbacks, but the position is quite playable. So yeah, knight g3 is on the board and waiting for Alexei to... So also a quite solid start for Alexei.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think 3 draws in the beginning, because previous superfinals didn't went quite well for him. But
previous one, you mean?
Like previous two, because he's like 3rd time superfinalist.
Mm-hmm.
The first one was, I think, in 2011. It was higher league in Yekaterinburg or superfinal in Yekaterinburg. And at the moment when Alexei qualified to the superfinal, he wasn't even a grandmaster officially. So sometimes it's very peculiar to see international masters in Russian superfinal. Well, but the history knows some strong international masters, like famous Rashid Nejmedinov, who haven't became a grandmaster despite the fact that he have beaten a lot of famous Soviet players. And talking about the modern players, I've seen like players like Dmitry Gordievsky having 26 ELO rating, being not a grandmaster. I think Anton Demchenko was almost 2600 player, being international master. And talking about Nikita Vitugov, he was candidate master with 2580 or 2590. It's like a very solid candidate master. So we just to sum up, the title matters nothing. Only the hard work and a little bit of talent matters. For sure, Nikita has a lot of talent.
Right, and it's also a hard worker, producing a lot of interesting ideas and openings. Yeah. Okay,
maybe it's time to switch to the women's superfinal finally, starting with, she deserved this credit, Polina Shuvalova. Playing with Tatiana Getman, who is not doing that good in the tournament, and another Catalan, g3. So, talking about g3 move as being a player that plays third g3 on a regular basis, g3 is aimed against the Queen's Indian, because if knight f3, black may play b6, but then g3 at some point avoids the normal Queen's Indian because bishop g2, and now bishop cannot develop on b7 at once. So black has to play c6 or d5, which is connected with an obvious drawbacks. White is the first side who takes the control in the center. So let's say knight c3 or knight d2 or e4 at once. Of course, this one is better for white. So g3 is aimed against b6, but then it
and also against some lines of Bogolubov.
And Bogolubov, that's right. d5, bishop g2, bishop b4, knight d2. Well, that's an interesting stuff. Less popular than bishop d2 regular. Castle, knight g3, b6, castle, bishop b7, knight e5. This is, for example, Fedosiev Ryazantsev game Superfinal 2017 first round, if I'm not mistaken, I hope. Bishop d6, e takes, knight dc4, very typical idea, bishop e7. You know, the point being that in some kind of positions, black may allow to take on d6, let's say knight bd7, knight e6, and take with c-pawn. This is one of the ideas, but probably not that good in this particular position. So the point being that with these pawns on d6, d5, which look a bit awkward, black has the control in the center on these important squares.
But still the pawn structure remains very...
Yeah, it remains a bit shaky,
fragile,
but
Yeah, but yeah, of course.
That's the possible
Considering
idea.
central squares is also very important.
Bishop e7, bishop e4, simply developing, then c6. That's somewhat I basically don't really like. I can't explain you exactly why, but I would prefer rather knight d7 or knight a6 instead of c6.
Yeah, but then maybe...
Okay, knight e6 maybe is not that good because of some queen a4 jumps, but well.
But after knight d7, white could have maybe trade some, well, the couple of knights, and then another knight goes to e5. Maybe black didn't like that.
Probably, and also queen a4 is the same.
Ah, yeah. Yes, also.
And now this c6 square becomes very tasty for white's knight. c6.
Yeah, but maybe that was a very concrete idea to meet knight e3 with knight h5. That's what happened in the game.
Knight e5, knight e4, pawn takes g6, knight e7. Did white had something else? No, knight h6, not that serious. Knight e7, queen e7, this Pillsbury knight on e5, looking very promising. Rook c1, f6. Yeah, forcing knight to retreat, knight e7, e3. So that's more or less typical.
That's hard to evaluate for me.
But I would rather prefer white still.
White, yeah.
One of the ideas is to play b2, b4, fix the pawn structure, then try to shake the c6 pawn. Or the other idea is quite typical with this pawn structure, is to play king h1, rook g1, bishop f3, and try to push on the king side. At least slightly expanded. So I think like most of the endgames are in favor of white. Let's say if we just hypothetically swap the queens off the board, white is better.
Yeah, the pawn on c6 is still weak, and I don't know if black will manage to push c5 at
yeah, so that's the question. Let's say if c5 instantly, it looks very, very risky.
Queen b3.
Yes, okay, most likely knight takes c5 instead of b takes. If b takes, and we have queen b3, which seems to be very unpleasant.
If knight takes, then maybe knight b4 even. But in general, I don't like this kind of position with the isolated pawn with bishop on b7.
The structure looks very spoiled. At least knight b4 probably winning the pawn.
Knight b4.
Okay, rook d8, maybe still some complications, but white is not risking and black has a lot of weaknesses. Okay, so Shavalova aiming to score the fourth consecutive win. Kostyanyuk against Grigorieva. Not a good start for both players, especially for Alexandra. But she has white pieces today, and Rui Lopez, very complicated position. a6, bishop a4, knight f6, d3, b5. Just the same Archangel stuff, but with the pawn on d3 instead of castle. Knight c3, h6, knight d5. That's the line which I know a bit better than the line played by Svidler against Dubov. d6, c3, bishop a7, a4. Well, castle, bishop e3, knight d7. I'm not sure if I've seen this knight d7 anywhere, but maybe it's just even the main move. So I don't remember where was the exact moment when I've stopped recalling the theory. Knight d7. So what is an idea of knight d7? White didn't really...
Well, maybe to play knight c5 at some point, but...
Okay, d3, d4 looks very logical.
Maybe white should think about d4, or maybe taking on a7 first, I don't know.
I would rather play d4.
d4 immediately, yeah.
Okay, let's say bishop g4. I'm not sure if we really want to take on f3. Do we?
Why not?
Because still it remains more or less, I'll say well known, because the pattern is the same. Because we take with g-pawn and play f4 or king h1. So still, I'll also be thinking about forcing black to take on f3, but it's absolutely necessary.
No, but maybe that's why, maybe just to avoid these complications, Why need to take on a7 first? I don't know. Rook takes, I guess, yeah, or maybe knight takes now. I know knight takes.
Knight takes looks a bit,
yeah,
a
that
little
looks a little bit, yeah,
awkward. Yeah.
too much, yeah. Or maybe rook takes, but then d4.
Yeah, let's say if we do just the same.
Yeah, but then maybe a takes b5.
Playing in the...
And rook takes and h3. Maybe then...
Okay, that's also an option.
Yeah, why doesn't need to sacrifice
or
anything.
Queen d3, typical Peter's
Queen
move.
d3, yeah. I don't know, h3.
c5,
looks...
also knight e3, by the way. That's what I like, by the way.
No, that's fine.
Anyway, white has plenty of options. Knight d7. Yeah, let's follow Alexandra, and it seems to me that she knows this position better than we do.
But she also seems to be puzzled with this bishop with knight d7, yeah?
Okay, obviously it's not a home prep because black is lower in time, much lower in time. And, well, h3, bishop takes a7, d4, rook e1, I would say a takes b5, like 5 different moves.
A takes b5 first.
A takes b5 first. Okay. A takes. Now probably that's the moment to take, or what? Do we have something interesting like knight b4? But not really. Knight takes b4.
No, knight takes b4. Okay, we take bishop. Yeah.
We take the bishop with the rook.
Whatever.
No, but the rook, then rook takes on b3, knight d3, black is
knight d3, yeah, sorry.
So knight b4 is
maybe, yeah.
too artificial and absolutely
Oh,
pointless.
but then maybe knight b4, bishop takes e6 first?
It can be.
But anyway...
But still remains a bit pointless. So at least we can take there.
Then e3, yeah.
Okay, let's say take on a8. Queen takes. Yeah, but then bishop d7, simply winning the game. That's a trick. Bishop e6. Okay, it means that we have to take with f-pawn. Taking on a7 with the bishop, probably. Or either with the rook.
Not sure. Maybe with the rook.
Okay, we take with the rook. Rook takes, bishop takes, knight c6, bishop retreats. Back, yeah. And still white is slightly better.
Queen b3, yeah?
Yeah. White, black has some weaknesses and they have to protect them.
But some other move is played, so d4 now. d4.
Was this a takes b5, a takes b5 inclusion in favor of white?
And what is the idea, first of all, what is the idea after bishop g4, right? This is a question.
That's a good question. Probably nothing wrong. We can play even h3, and after bishop f3, we can try to take with the queen. I haven't calculated all the lines. Let's say pawn takes, bishop takes most likely. Because somewhat I didn't like knight d4 because bishop takes, and at least we can take on a8 and take on c7. Even without knight c7, white may have some compensation for the pawn. Maybe nothing special, but black has to calculate it properly anyway. So bishop g4 is the move, it has to be calculated. Can we try to disturb the knight on c6? Let's say playing some rook a6.
Bishop f3 still.
Bishop f3, let's say we take with the pawn. Not really sure about it, but
okay, yeah, this is another option, right? Maybe.
Yeah, let's say if pawn takes and we take with the pawn, and yeah, black just spoiled the center. So a takes b5, d4 is an idea for sure.
Looks quite logical at least. If there is no tactical threats, I mean, after bishop g4, then it looks at least quite in the spirit of position, yeah. To meet knight d7 with d4 is quite natural. Now the tension
It's like
is,
knight d7 is...
the point is that tension now is taken off of the point of the pawn e4 and
the control of d5
yeah,
square also.
It should be the right moment to.
So white should be better there. It seems that white is slightly better. Gereshkin against Grigoriev, we've got English. Knight c6, knight f3, f5.
Gereshkin against Galamova, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Gereshkin against Galamova. g3, knight f6, d4 is the theory. e4, knight h4, d5.
And here, white is supposed to transfer her knight to f4, right?
Yeah,
knight
yeah.
g2, it's something like
Bishop
this.
e7, e3, intending to play knight g2 at some point, and this setup is probably holdable by black. But in terms
Very
of
unpleasant, yeah.
in terms of human playing this ancient Indian game, it seems to me, at least if I would play black, I would be a bit scared because looks like Tsitsiner is falling, and white has received somewhat a good version of reversed French defense.
Right.
Or Karakan with bishop
trade,
on g5,
and all the
and
pieces
black
well
has
placed.
spoiled the potential king's protection.
So what about castle, yeah?
A castle is played.
And knight g2, yeah, I think is a move.
Yeah, knight g2, and by the way, bishop f6, knight e5, bishop takes, pawn takes. Pawn on h4 is untouchable because at least knight c7.
Knight c7, f4, maybe, yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Not sure.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Let's say, okay, let's just calculate it. It looks very interesting.
Anyway, it's not Alexandra's style, so
yeah. So she
she'll never go for it.
Usually choosing
Never
the
say
most
never,
solid,
but
solid option.
Okay,
pawn takes, queen e3, and then rook f3, which is very unpleasant.
Yeah.
Okay, so not taking on c7, white has another option. They can play rook g1, queen b3, knight f4 even.
Knight f4.
You know, I also like c4, c5, by the way. Aiming to play bishop c4.
Maybe f4 still.
f4, let's say knight takes.
Rook takes.
Rook takes. Okay.
g5 is also an option, yeah?
g5 is also an option.
Maybe g5.
Okay, let's say g5.
Queen h5. Rook takes f4.
Yeah, but it looks scary now a bit. I mean, rook f4, some queen checks on e8. Rook goes back, bishop c4, king g7, and white has nothing. Well, that's a bit unusual. So f4...
Alexandra takes immediately on f6. Yeah, that's what we were considering.
Yeah,
right?
so the another option is after bishop f6, retreat with the knight.
But why then take on f6 immediately? Why to hurry up with this exchange? What was the reason
you mean like
of not playing knight g2 immediately?
Yeah, let's say knight g2. What was the point behind it?
And we also allow eventual regrouping with knight e7, c6. So maybe you're right.
So
maybe
bishop
the point
f6 is
just
play
to,
with
just
an
to
idea
take,
just
maybe
to take...
c takes d5. Maybe.
C takes d5 is also good.
But knight e7 still then.
Knight e7, let's say bishop c4. So white is simply pawn up. And they can't really get the point
okay,
of
bishop takes
black's
h4.
strategy. And what's next? Okay, maybe I still can take with the pawn,
King
because
h8,
d6 is probably not that good. King h8. But, you know, like still, I mean, white is better. They should be better there, aren't they?
f4 is coming. Maybe just
queen b3 or queen e2,
okay,
castle
c
long.
takes d5. That was the point.
Castle long. So once again, Alexandra decided not to take with the knight, the point being that bishop h4, g4, g takes, queen takes, allows black some counterplay connected with f5, f4, and yeah, and we've been a bit struggling with the refutation against it. So f4 is possible idea. Even I think queen c2 is not really protecting against f4, but well, who knows. Okay, at least it looks very complicated. But c takes d5, securing slight advantage. Winning the pawn. Knight e7 has to be played. Bishop h4 looks premature because of d takes c6, and white has a dream position. Knight e7 or knight e7 has to be played anyway. And could we play knight g2, by the way?
Well, maybe queen b3, because maybe it's more urgent for white to develop the queen and castle long if needed.
Yeah, and in this case, the difference between queen b3, that after bishop h4, then we can play d6, king h8, and take on c7. And now, with the bishop being on c4, the bishop would be hanging.
Be attacked, yeah.
So queen takes, pawn takes.
Well, still maybe f4. And
f4,
it's
but
getting crazy,
castle,
yeah?
white is, well, white is better.
Yeah, white is rather solid, yeah. Anyway. So, but also one more, the knight b4 should be considered as well. Let's have a look.
You mean there?
But
then queen b3 comes with the tempo, and
knight e3 is nothing, yeah.
Knight e3, yes, is a bit too much. The structure is spoiled. We just take
and
maybe we can even go somewhere there. Yeah.
Okay, indeed, yeah. Then it's not easy to. Okay, knight e7 is played, Lisa.
So Gremova was a bit lucky yesterday against Grigorieva with white. Her position was absolutely ruined after the middle game. The endgame was lost, but she showed off her strong character and good fighting spirit and saved the game. But today against Alexandra Gorechkina, it will be twice or thrice harder in case if she faces some troubles during the game. So knight e7, well, bishop c4, queen b3. Queen b3 looks a bit better in our point of view. Okay, so waiting for Alexandra to make a move. Gira against Gary Furina. Catalan, it was Queen's Indian. Bishop g2, bishop b4, so no third g3. White made a mistake allowing Queen's Indian. Okay, of course I'm joking. Bishop d2, bishop e7, knight c3, c6. So the point being that after d5, white usually takes on d5 and the pawn structure becomes non-symmetrical, but c6 now is played with an idea to take on d5 with c-pawn in case if white takes.
And develop a knight on c6.
Yeah, so that's basically what has happened in the game. We've got some kind of transposition from Catalan. C takes, but knight takes. And knight e5 taken by Gira. Whether at some point white may allow knight takes f4, leading to another type of position. Let's say rook fd1 is not that pointless. And black can take on f4. That's the difference. Or knight takes d5, pawn takes, rook fc1. So with the knight being on c6, black would be just perfect. But with knight on d7, the c7 square, it will be not that easy to protect. Knight f6, bishop c7. Well, rook c7 was also an option, but probably she didn't like bishop a6, and it's not that easy how to proceed. Queen e8, a4.
Yeah, a bit.
But now, I don't know, like bishop a6, queen d1, it's hard for me to evaluate. So, white is going to play knight e5 on the very next move. And then, probably knight c6, knight e7, but I don't know.
Maybe knight c6, if she is given chance to play knight c6, then maybe b4. But...
yes, for sure.
What black is supposed to do?
So let's say rook c8 seems the most logical option.
95, right? 95. Well, maybe just doubling on c file. Somehow.
95, let's say knight...
or maybe a5, yes? A5 is the next move.
instead of knight e5?
No, knight e5 is needed, otherwise queen d7.
Mm-hmm. But we can play like knight e5.
No. So sorry, but still a5. No, a5 is it is possible. Yeah?
Yes, of course. Let's say a5. Can we play bishop c4?
Hmm.
Or probably...
Okay, just takes twice on b6.
But then queen b5 is somewhat I didn't really like.
Hmm.
And the double attack.
Hmm. Okay, then maybe knight e5 would be more precise.
Yeah, starting with knight e5. The question is that it's not... I mean, it's not a question. It's probably the fact that black has a lack of moves. Probably knight e4 is one of the fewest moves in the position.
Is bishop c4 not an option anymore?
Even after knight e5.
Rook takes.
The rook takes.
Sorry,
It's
rook
a very cute idea. Yeah.
And bishop c6. Yeah?
So that's an idea.
Trapping the queen. Yeah.
Queen d1 is played. Okay, well, so black has to trade at least a pair of minor pieces. They just urgently need it.
It would help.
And take a deep breath.
But then maybe okay, rook c8, knight e5, and just knight e7. Yeah.
Knight e7, we have still knight c6, I think. Still some aggressive ideas. The point being that the bishop is untouchable because of knight e7 taking the rook and having an extra exchange. So after knight e5, black obviously has to take some time and make the
bishop
proper
c7,
decision.
Bishop b7, a5. Yeah.
Yeah, so at least white has received something there.
Right. It seems like white is pushing. Yeah.
White is pushing. Going further, Shuvalov against Getman. This is the game we've started to follow the women's section with. And as far as I remember, it was Catalan. Okay, just a second. Yes, so bishop b7.
Sorry.
Waiting for is it some broadcast issues once again? Is I can't really refresh the the links. Yeah, maybe let's better to take a view on the playing hall. Yeah, so the bishop on c7 in Olga Gira's game. We can ask the cameraman to switch on
Knight e4 is played, I think.
knight e4 instead of bishop
Rook
b7.
Instead of rook c8.
Yeah, I can't really refresh. Oops. Yeah, so some small technical issues, and the electronic board will be broadcasted very, very soon.
It seems like a5 remains a good option for Olga, but then she should be aware of queen b5. Okay, so 94 is played. And yeah, A5 probably can be met by Queen B5. This is the point.
Yeah, F5, Queen B5, double attack. So, seems that A4, A5 is a bit premature because it allows some additional squares to the queen, which is placed a bit passively.
Mm-hmm.
How to secure this space advantage
95,
there?
95,
95
yeah.
is
It's
played
the most natural way to proceed. Aiming to play knight c6 after f6, I guess.
And
would it be enough for white to take this knight to take this bishop on a7?
No, white will be slightly better.
Slightly better, yeah, but maybe not that much. Huh?
Yeah, still black is solid.
Mm.
So usually black is not losing by forcing Catalan. Okay, the other positions.
But why? Once again, maybe knight c6 is not the only option after f6. Maybe knight d3, but then queen d7, rook c8. Yeah, will be played quite quickly, and white has no time to push b4, b5. And, okay, no, that probably knight c6 should be played. Well, then okay, yeah, this kind of position is supposed to be better for white with pair of bishops, but maybe not that much.
I think we missed Kashlinsky against Gunin at all.
Mm.
And e4 is played by Alina. That's a very...
Mm-hmm.
You would rarely see Alina playing e4, knowing her as a d4 player as
Well,
well
she
as
does
her,
so from time to time, yeah.
as well as your
Normally.
her partner in crime, Radek Vajtashek, is well known for being mostly d4 player, d4 and neither. So, like the first associations which came to my mind when I, for example, hear about Vajtashek, it's just Catalan and neither. For example, when I think about Peter Svidler, it's Rui Lopez and Grunfeld.
Right.
When we talk about, let's say, Sergei Karakin is...
Berlin Wall.
Yeah, you wanted to say Stonewall. Yes, that's...
Berlin Wall.
Just Ministry of Defense. Nepomniachtchi is neither Grunfeld. Artemiev is some interesting bishop g2, bishop b2 setups. Yeah. Dubov is everything.
Vasily Graf.
Vitigov is a very strong white color.
Yeah, Vasily Graf is one opening player as well.
Yeah, Greenfield and neither mostly, but I've seen him playing some Caro-Kann recently.
Yeah, but just to have fun.
You think so? Maybe.
Well, merely.
He's trying to expand his opening repertoire, and
he's been trying for some time now, but
maybe the results were not satisfying, or not.
Well, maybe type of positions. I don't know. Maybe both.
So d5, d3. That's the Lila's 0 recommendation, and bishop g4. I think will probably this second or third line. The main line is just to take, swap the queens, pretend that we are fine, like play knight f6 and also, well, knight d7. One of the ideas is try to push g6, f5.
Yeah, but swapping the queen is not
not in style of,
choice.
so that's why Alina decided to play d3. That's a very nice psychological approach. Bishop g4, also g6 is possible after g6, e5 is a theory. Let's say bishop g7, d4, and then f6, and so on. d3, bishop g4, h3, bishop takes, queen takes. But as being a Caro-Kann player and knowing a little of theory and the ideas of the opening, so the main difference between this position, the position with knight on c3, that a d4 is absolutely pointless for black, because then
But
white
even,
receives a very pleasant king's Indian setup.
yeah, but even with knight c3, d4 is not very common.
It's not very common, but it usually depends on type of position. Usually bishop b4, yeah, or queen a5. So knight e7, bishop g2, bishop c5, castle, knight e7, rook d1.
Yeah, but generally I agree. It seems just a bit more flexible for white compared with knight c3 line.
d4, bishop b6, and c3. And then f5. That's what we know about Valentina. And basically it's not a bad move. And I would rather prefer playing e5 instead of taking f5, at least because after e takes f5, black can take with the rook, play e5. And well, I think black is doing fine there.
Well, actually,
e5 is
we
played.
have pro and cons for each of choices. So normally with the black seems to be a little bit better developed. So it's not in white's interest to open the position.
Yes.
But on the other hand, white has a pair of bishop. So it's not
it's a bit controversial.
Yeah, it's not an easy choice.
So e5, knight g6, and then bishop f4. That's the move I can't really explain.
Well, h4 would be my.
Yeah, so h4 probably she didn't really like f4.
Especially having Valentina in front of her.
Yes, of course, yeah, of course. And mostly in the women chess, these psychological tricks as well as
even objectively f4.
And even objectively f4 could be fine.
Well, maybe queen g4 and queen g4.
Yeah, so that's the best reaction, but the point being that we can still take on g3.
And knight e5, yeah.
So yeah, so we can. Okay, starting from queen e6, okay, let's probably a bit more solid to start with f takes g3, just in case. Knight takes, which knight takes?
Yeah, it looks dangerous, I agree. White is still, I mean...
A bit low in development, yeah.
Right. But maybe not then, but somehow not bishop f4 anyway. I would probably... No, okay, bishop f4 is playable, but maybe some prophylactical move then, like, I don't know...
I would like king
but then
by the way. F4 and then queen g4.
Yeah, and then maybe f2 square is... but yeah, maybe nothing special indeed.
So e6 is weak. Now we're going to develop our last minor pieces, and
yeah, maybe king h2.
I think this one could be a better option because bishop f4. Okay, it's still fine. So, but the question is like, what if Valentina have just taken?
Yeah, but then
still, like, she can take.
Yeah, we allow blacks to exchange some pieces, which is
c5, knight e3, which is smart. Knight is heading to b5. C takes d4, played instantly.
C takes d4.
C takes d4 is the only move. And what? A6. Also, knight b8, knight c6 is very programmed.
Should be considered, right?
The position is not full of tactics, but black has their play, white has their play, and the question is who is faster.
Rook c8 is already played.
Rook c8 is played. Like, moves are coming with just an inhuman speed. It's like they're playing blitz instead of classical chess.
Yeah, but I think Valentina has in mind this knight b8, c6 maneuver.
Okay, so knight b5, let's say. I think I'm not very scared of rook c2. Just maybe just bluffing. Let's say you play rook c2, just to prove I've been wrong.
Maybe she's just provoking. What about a6, knight e6, rook c6?
But the pawn is hanging, or you're going to...
I'm sorry. No, of course
but it's still not that bad. Okay.
No, but okay, no. I mean,
it's not necessary for sure. Yeah, so rook c2 is a bit empty because at least we can try to throw it away. Playing queen b3. Still some queen c8. Yeah, queen c8, rook c1. White should be better there. So usually in this kind of positions, while white has an extra space, black has to be in time with the counterplay either on the king side or queen side. So let's say if black has a knight on c6, they will be just fine. But knight on d7 is a bit misplaced, and black has to spoil a pair of tempos to put the knight in a better position.
But rook c1 is played.
Rook c1? That's a bit
No.
unusual, because...
No, maybe just take first? Or maybe
F4?
take everything, yes. F4, c1 then.
So we take with the queen for sure,
Yeah. Okay, takes.
Rook or
takes,
queen,
rook
maybe
takes
queen?
and knight b8.
And it should be bad, right?
And should not be bad, yeah.
Yeah, I may fully agree with you. Because with this pair of bishops on the board, opposite color bishops, this d4 pawn is more reachable target than e6.
And that's what I explained to my people normally, that having a space advantage, but exchanging a couple of minor pieces would not give you any advantage. This is maybe a good illustration of that. So with two more pair of pieces, minor pieces on the board, white should be better in this situation. But yeah, now I think that black has enough space, just enough space for all her pieces, so it should not be a problem.
So what do we propose? Knight f4 and rook c1 there, right?
Yes,
just
for example,
eliminate a pair of pieces and, well, a pair of pieces. Okay. Have we missed something? Gusev against Pogonina, maybe? Something very similar to Shuvalova against Getman.
Oh, the same structure. And knight on d2 as well, yeah? Oh, okay, maybe just exactly the same position, eh?
No, not really. So knight e5 was played without taking on d5. And rook e8, knight df3, knight e4, bishop f4, f6, knight d3. Bishop f8, rook c1, knight a6. Okay, this pawn on f6... Well, I don't know even how to explain it. Because it controls the e5 square, but the pawn is the only piece that couldn't move back. And sometimes you want to put it back on the 7th string, but you cannot because the chess rules doesn't allow it. And black's king's position could be potentially spoiled, but now it's a little bit too early to talk about the king, whether the center is still haven't been defined, we'll say that. So knight a6, probably aiming to play c5.
This is the current position, right?
Yes, this
It
is
seemed to me that... No, okay, this is it, yeah.
Okay, I would think about h4, h5 plan, just because black has played f7, f6, and now no g6 coming, probably a knight has a potentially good square on f5, also bishop h3. At least, having no other ideas, h2, h4, the move that came to my mind. Firstly, well, I can't say it's a bad idea.
No, black should consider c5.
Yeah, c5, let's say we take, otherwise black will play c4 and b5.
No.
Probably pawn takes.
Probably pawn takes, yeah.
Just in the aesthetical point of view. And then the position becomes richer in tactics.
Yeah, but you know what? What about b4 trying to prevent c5?
b4. So, and it's not a blunder.
I don't know, but c7 is hanging.
c7 is hanging, that's correct.
Maybe knight takes db4 is still possible. I don't know.
So we take on b4 or rook c7 or what?
Good question.
White has plenty of options. Still, I think I would take on b4 first, just to create an additional
maybe
ideas
rook
connect
takes.
with queen
Let's
b3.
try
Rook takes, right? Like rook also.
Bishop a8 probably.
Bishop
a6.
a6, but then queen a4, bishop a5. Looks like black is barely holding, but well, probably still no forced win. But
maybe rook d7 even.
Yeah, rook d7, but then yeah, but okay, b5, rook d8. This position is clearly in favor of white. Maybe still queen has to retreat on c8, but then okay, we allow rook c1.
Maybe bishop h3.
Knight c3. Yeah, bishop h3 also. Knight c3. Well, something very crazy. What's going on?
No, okay, yeah, but somehow I don't like it too much. But yeah, okay, but maybe it's not that clear. Yeah,
okay, after rook c7, bishop a6, there might be something else.
Maybe queen b3 also.
Queen b3 is also fine. But then bishop d6 is illegal because of queen d5. Bishop b3, yeah, queen b3 is somewhat I like more. And so let's say if bishop retreats on a5.
Maybe bishop h3.
Maybe bishop h3. Still rook d7 or bishop d7.
Okay, bishop c4.
Bishop c4
it's
and
considerable, so maybe rook takes. No, okay, but it's not
this
that
is
clear.
Not that clear
not
for
that
sure.
Clear, no.
But still, the position, it feels like white has to have something.
Yeah, but b4 is.
No, but b4 is just a very promising and brilliant idea.
Quite critical, maybe. Okay, c6 should not be that good. Even a3 and
yeah, a3 and white deserved a lot.
Alright, better.
Or queen b3. Well, white is better. B4 is an option, but you know, like rook e1 was played instead of. What was the point, by the way?
Yeah.
I'm trying. Probably I've got it. You know what? b4, knight takes b4. Let's say knight takes, bishop takes. After rook c7, could she? I'm seeing knight c3, which is.
That's still.
I mean,
not
still
clear,
a lot of pieces hanging. Let's say queen b3, knight takes, but then rook is hanging. Let's say knight f4. We have to take on b7, otherwise rook is hanging. And she's being still very, very, very obscure. So rook b7, it means if black takes on g2, we take on b4, and it's impossible to put the knight back to the action. But then queen c8, queen h3 is still complicated. Well, rook e1 is played, even though instead of b4, maybe there will be some reason. Maybe Marina Guseva will explain it after the game why she didn't like b4, but at least an interesting option.
And we were not obliged to exchange knights on b5. Maybe rook c7 immediately, just to avoid all this stuff.
Yeah, that's true. So b4, knight b4, rook c7. Yes, that's the right move order for sure. And this is somewhat I would prefer for white. Okay.
Okay. Maybe she has something in her mind then.
So what's in the men's section?
Oh. What is this?
So bishop b3 castle, a4, b4, a5, d6, c3, rook b8. Bishop c4, h6, d4, b takes c3 was played, by the way. And Sergei decided not to take with the pawn, trying to save the center.
Yeah, but rather develop his knight.
So I couldn't really understand why b takes c3 was that bad. Obviously, it's a theory. Maybe he didn't like bishop g4. Or what? I'm a little bit puzzled, but
he definitely is.
But Sergei definitely knows. Yeah, Knight c3, bishop g4, d takes, bishop a6, queen d1, rook takes, rook a8, bishop b7, rook e5, bishop e3, rook a1, rook a1, knight e8. Seems that
optically seems a bit more active for white. Knight is a bit.
Yeah, maybe we can
d8.
ask the cameraman to show the spectators the playing hall, and especially Chigaev against Karakin, just trying to get the whole emotional stuff.
Don't get anything, yeah, because
Sergey is.
we can hardly see Sergey's face, which is hidden behind his arms.
Yeah, knight d8, and does white have something there?
What are the options? So maybe bishop d5, maybe knight d5, yeah?
Let's say knight d5. Let's say knight takes, bishop takes.
Oh, but then
Still almost nothing.
e5 is hanging, I don't know. Knight is still on d8.
Even though, like bishop d6.
Bishop d6, yeah.
The most solid stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Then bishop e6, then whatever, rook b8 after.
No, not that
captures.
much. Definitely not that much. But
So it seems that this game is more about to end up in a draw. So Maxim just shows off a very good preparation with black pieces, either with white, with a 100% score. And he also has 100% score with black pieces making all draws. So I remember it was a joke about Korchnoi and Tal, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Tal had a very unpleasant score against Korchnoi.
yeah. No,
And,
I don't know. Yeah.
And at some
least he
at some
was
period of time,
struggling.
there was a joke that Tal said that he has like 5-5 score against Korchnoi. He made 5 draws and lost 5 games.
So, but in that position, let us come back maybe to that position. So I think that it's
95 is played, by the way.
95, yeah. So after knight d5, bishop d5, bishop d6, your suggestion, right? I was thinking about knight d2 now.
Okay, possible.
Maybe still c6, yes, simply.
Well, c6 is somewhat I didn't really like to do, but I see nothing wrong with it. So I think your point being that after bishop e6 you want to play knight c4.
Knight c4, right. And knight is still stuck on d8, and this gives, in my opinion, white some chances.
For sure.
Maybe not that much once again.
Yeah, let's say like if we just take, play f5.
f5, yes.
So probably you'll take on d6 and try to push your pawn.
Yes. Knight is still.
Let's say knight takes, pawn
and maybe
takes.
Immediately. Or rook a8 first, for example.
Yes, that looks a bit dangerous. I may agree with you. Knight d5, let's find the better decision. So, are we forced to take on d5 instead of knight b7, let's say? Knight takes, knight e7 check, but then e5 pawn is hanging, as well as
rook a7
e4.
is coming. So
rook a7 is coming. Knight d5. Okay, let's start with knight d5.
Okay, knight d5 is played. Bishop takes
Bishop
d5
d5.
the only move. And here we are.
And here we are.
e5 pawn is hanging. So bishop d6, I guess, will be played. Maybe c6 first, I don't know. But
c6 I don't really like.
Yeah. I don't see a reason to hurry up
you never want this kind of desperate stuff while your pawn is hanging. I mean, yeah, okay, well, simply bishop retreats on c4.
Right.
And black has to make a proper decision. Bishop d5 is already on the board. And yeah.
Okay, bishop d6, yeah. And then what
whatsoever. Black shouldn't be risking.
Just bishop takes f3.
Bishop takes f3 was also my intention. I just forgot to mention it. G takes f3, and you know, like probably still knight e6. By the way, for all of a sudden,
just knight e6. Yeah.
Yeah, the possible idea is provoke white to trade the wrong color of bishops, leading to the endgame with the opposite ones. So bishop knight e6 is seems to me quite normal opportunity. And
which is played, yeah. Knight e6.
G takes f3, knight e6 is already on the board. Yeah, black shouldn't be risking, as well as white. So
yeah,
I would bet on draw there.
Yes, probably.
Very few pieces on the board. Even if black makes a mistake, still the position shouldn't be lost.
Right.
Matlakov against Yesipenko. We've got bishop. So we've got knight c2, knight f6 instead of bishop f6 for some reason. Okay, I may accept it. Knight e4, d takes, b takes, bishop e4. So destructing the pawn structure but giving up the strong g2 bishop. D takes e4, knight e3, queen c8, queen c2. Black has a pair of bishops, but they're not that active.
Yeah, but
they also
bishop
have
b2 is quite strong, so
yes,
black should, I mean, think about neutralizing it. But if black change this bishop, that then with the current structure, knight on e3 will be much better than bishop on b7.
It seems to me that still black has to keep the pair of bishops on the board.
Probably.
Rook fd1, rook fd8, and so what white is planning to do, by the way? Still, I've been considering expanding on the king side slowly, like king g2, h3, and then just wait for the reaction. Because like trading a pair of rooks gives nothing. Let's say rook d1. It seems that black can even take on d1 and play queen d6. Maybe that's the position which both players trying to get into.
About bishop a3
instead of rook takes d8. That's the possible continuation. And what? Yeah, I've seen a funny trick, rook d4, but it doesn't really work well because bishop c5, rook c8, rook d4. Or we can take on d1 first. We can take on d1 first.
Rook takes?
Rook takes, rook c8, b4.
Right.
Let's say...
Or bishop takes e7, sorry.
Or bishop takes e7, which is even stronger. Bishop takes e7 is cute. Okay, so rook fd8, bishop a3, some optical problems. At least they're not invisible. Pawn is hanging. White will take if black allows. Maybe queen e5 after bishop a3, I don't know. Keeps the tension on the d file.
How, sorry?
Queen e5.
Queen e5, yes, maybe queen e5, but then, still, I would play rook c1, intending to take on c5 or on d8 and c5. No, rook d1 probably, but okay. But then we are gaining the control over d file.
Okay, white is slightly better.
Slightly better, yeah.
With this knight on e3, which is quite flexible, it can go to the queen side also, creating some attacking threats, potentially. Swidler against Dubov. What do we have there? We have something...
What happened after queen d3 in the opening?
And you see another...
just castle, yeah, bishop g5, right?
Castle, bishop g5, e takes d4, c takes... h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, knight h5. rook c1. Yeah, everything is logical. Knight e7, knight c3.
Mm-hmm.
King g7, knight b5, knight g6. I don't know even how to evaluate this position. So white is pawn up, black has a plan to play knight h4 or g4 first or whatever. They have a clear compensation for the sacrifice material, but pawn means pawn. And so can white protect all their pieces somehow?
What is the threat?
I think nothing really threatening.
What about
knight h4?
Mm-hmm. What about something, I don't know, straights like queen? Okay, queen c3, knight f4, queen c2, queen c2.
And c2 probably bishop d7 even.
Yeah. Okay,
Because
yes.
the pawn is untouchable.
Rook
Because of
c8,
many
yeah.
things. Maybe even bishop knight g3 and rook c8 and also bishop c7.
Yeah, bishop is hanging, so okay.
Attacking the bishop.
Then
So knight
queen
g6
c2 is completely stupid. Yeah.
I've been thinking also about knight a7.
Mm-hmm, but then
It's a clear idea, but then,
then
like,
knight f4. Huh?
knight f4 is critical and no idea how white will keep all the pieces on the board. I mean, not being punished. So let's say queen c3 is impossible because of knight e2. Very juicy
No,
fork.
just queen knight c3 is played.
Knight c3
Just
looks more
consolidating,
solid, though.
consolidating his pieces.
And what do black usually do in this kind of positions? Okay, knight h5, the move you supposed to make. Queen, for example, retreats on d1 either or to on d2.
Mm-hmm.
Some bishop g4. Well, something very, very complicated and very interesting for sure. So waiting for Dubov to react and looking for... Okay, let's look for the last game before the short intermission. Let's look for Antipov against Nepomniachtchi. Just randomly choosing the board. So we've got Neidorf with a3, which we were talking about, and I couldn't recall the concrete theory after e5, knight f5, but knight f3 was played. Probably Mikhail faced the same problem as me. h6, bishop c4, bishop e6, bishop b3. Yeah, so we're just scrolling towards the position that we've seen recently. Knight h2 was played, also typical idea. Knight is transferring to d5 through g4 or f1. Knight g4 is played, knight takes, pawn takes bishop g5, trading all the minor pieces, and trading a pair of black squared bishops is usually useful for black.
Mm-hmm.
Because
this kind
then,
of pawn structure in the
yeah,
center.
Because like then they can jump like knight d4, and it just seems very logical. Knight d5, knight d4, c3, bishop takes, rook takes, knight b3, queen b3, bishop g4. Well, but this position is, I think, is clearly in favor.
Well, I think that black has started to play for advantage already.
Yes,
playing
yes.
Bishop g4 because he doesn't have any single problem if he doesn't take on g4. I think in this kind of position. Okay, I mean no. Later, when he took on g4, because if he wants to equalize comfortably, he can just play d5.
By the way, was he forced to take on c1? Isn't there something... Okay, bishop c1 obviously is not a mistake, but can we start with, like, say, knight takes, queen takes, and just keep the bishop on the board? I mean, if white do really want to trade the bishops, then they will take on g5, developing our queen, and at some point losing a pair of tempos. Let's say we take on g4, queen b7. Yeah, and then I realized that still we have to take on c1 in order if we want to continue with rook b8 attacking b2 pawn. So probably it's just a clear transposition. Knight b3, queen b3, bishop g4, Queen b7, rook b8, queen a6, rook b2 seems quite logical, and white's pawn structure seems just absolutely spoiled and ruined. These pawns look quite awkwardly. Rook b1, bishop b2. So, wow. Bishop b2. Could it be blundered, or there were just no defense against it?
What is exactly the threat of the bishop? Rook c1, not rook b1.
Yeah, so rook c1. Rook b1 was played, and then bishop e2.
And so, if
probably it wasn't blundered, but
yeah, but okay. Rook e1 and queen h4 is coming. Right?
Queen h4, either queen g5.
Queen g5.
Or queen h4 is even smarter because now bishop f3 is a threat.
Mm-hmm.
So it means that queen d6 loses by force in a very cute way, because bishop f3
knight e7,
aiming to play queen f2, knight e7, king h8, still queen f2 is hanging. But then I realized that there is a very cute knight g6. Winning the game.
But that king h7 was possible, right? King h7.
King h7 was possible instead of king h8, which was probably losing. So no, not allowing knight g6. Let's say queen takes. We play queen g4, g3, queen h3, simply mating. Yeah, so this game becomes tactical. And after rook e1, you know, like even... So I've been wondering that black has an idea to play f5. Maybe not there because of some e takes f5 stuff. Still black can play bishop d3. But then if rook f5, there is some rook e2 ideas.
So
Seems to be quite
rook
impressive.
e1,
rook f1, queen g5
is played.
Instead of queen h4.
Instead of queen h4.
Maybe there has been some reason, but queen h4 looks very, very cool. And I don't think that it was a mistake. Let's say, so what is the difference? Let's say if queen d6 and bishop f3, it could be just the same, by the way. And now the rook is...
Yeah, here is much
the rook is
even
protected.
better version for black. So the pawn on d6 is
queen g5,
untouchable
and now Mikhail faces a real trouble.
But what is exactly the threat? So bishop f3, knight e3, and just something like h5 or
yeah, just push the pawn.
Or even queen d3, rook d3, yeah? Even rook d3 could be possible.
So the only difference between queen g5 and queen h4 that after queen h4 and bishop f3, we attack f2.
So maybe knight e3 should be played, yeah?
Knight e3 should be played, no doubts. Black is better, clearly better, but not that easy to proceed. Let's say bishop f3 looks very in a spirit of position.
King f1, yeah?
Also intending to play f7, f5, using this
king
pin.
f5.
King f1, let's say. And can we just hold you somehow playing queen h4, which looks quite cute. Probably winning the game,
yeah.
So black has a variety of very, very cute tactical ideas. So queen g5.
Knight f3, still bishop f3, yeah? Is there a threat after
bishop f3? I think I was planning to play f5.
Or rook d3, just.
Rook d3. Rook d3 also looks quite logical. Also thinking about queen h4 in this variation. Like it's a cute double attack. We're attacking e4 and f2. It's like if you play rook f1 then bishop e4, winning the game. So yeah, the position looks quite dangerous for white, and well, something has been misplayed terribly by Mikhail. And well, still all the games in progress. No results yet, but a lot of entertainment. Seemingly Nepomniachtchi winning against Antipov. And
yeah, it seems like some games are about to reach their climax, yeah?
Yeah. So maybe it's the best time to relax a little bit
Take some tea.
Take some rest, take some tea, change your mask, as it's very actual nowadays. And we promise we will be back soon. Quite.
Stay with us.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских. Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки. Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном. Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
We're back in the studio, and we hope you're still eager to follow the strongest Russian round-robin tournament, annual tournament, last 73 years for men and 70 for women, respectively.
Nothing can stop this tradition, even the pandemic.
Yes, I hope so. And pandemic will never ever try to do it.
Well, meanwhile, one game just finished. The leader, main section, Sergei Karyakin, tried, but didn't manage to overplay his young opponent, Maxim Chigaev, who defended quite well.
Yeah, it seemed to us that Chigaev just was recalling his prep and played quite precisely and more or less easily made a draw.
Yeah, more or less. And here he was also quite precise in the very end.
Yeah, so 95 was the move, bishop takes, and then bishop a3 probably the most accurate, as we figured out.
Otherwise, maybe white can still try to get some light edge.
Transfer the knight, activate the rook, but then knight e6, at some point aiming to trade the knight to the black squared bishop and move the game to the endgame with the opposite colored bishops with the extremely big tendencies, drawish tendencies. b3, bishop d6, some kind of fortress, even against Sergei Karyakin it works well. Bishop a7, rook d8, bishop e3. Yeah, so white cannot really improve because they have to hold their knight on e3, otherwise knight f4 will come, and black is just doing fine there. Rook bishop a7, rook d8. Could Maxim even try to play? Not really. Not really, and the draw has been agreed after threefold repetition, fixed by move rook b8. And the other games are in progress, and Alexandra Kostyanyuk just finished her game against Grigorieva Yulia, and well, it was a opening blowout. Yeah, like knight d7 was the move that seemed a bit inaccurate to us. A takes b5, a takes b5, d4 was quite logical reaction, bishop g4, queen d3. So we see today queen on d3 in Peter's Fiedler game and an Alexandra Kostyanyuk game. So today is an international day of queen on d3, and I congratulate you with it. Bishop f3, g takes, rook b8, king h1, leaving the open final.
Rook b8, yeah, looks a bit.
Yes, but there is nothing to do really, because
but maybe black should look for some complication, even giving up this b5 pawn. Nobody cares about it, because otherwise, I mean, the whole setup seems a bit strange.
Yeah, black urgently needed some counterplay, but the b5 pawn is hanging, and well,
yeah, it's not
it's quite
easy,
difficult
not easy. Yeah, maybe it's already a bit late.
It's quite difficult to give an advice. Now rook g3, f5, e takes f5, sorry, e takes d4, and this tripled pawn is a big force because one of them can be sacrificed. It's not even a sacrifice.
G5 is losing immediately, maybe. And
yeah, but what was the point? Why black decided not to take on f6?
Yeah, I guess the reason is just maybe.
Even if knight f6 is losing, you have to play knight f6 instead of
just
g5.
Knight takes and bishop c2, maybe.
I see some knight f4, which is quite unpleasant for black. Maybe knight e5 there.
Knight e5 still, but even knight g6 then. But maybe just knight takes f6, rook takes f6, and bishop c2 is good enough.
Wow.
Which one? No, just take on f6 and bishop c2.
Rook f6, bishop c2, let's say. Yeah, g6 is the only move, and rook takes.
And so that's it, yeah.
Well, that's painful.
Maybe knight e5
knight
still,
e5, but then do we have rook g8? No, we do not.
Probably yes. We should check it.
Let's say rook g8, king g8, but it's It's not that clear. Is it far from being clear?
Maybe not that clear. Okay, still.
Okay.
Rook G1, and
knight
then.
f6.
No, in the end.
In the end?
Yes. Yeah, no, Queen H7.
Okay, but it's too long. I mean, like, black shouldn't play G5 instead of this complicated line, knight f7, and still black is in the game and probably is
probably not
with an extra material. So knight f6. Let's find the best way to end the game. Okay. So basically, we can start with bishop c2, knight e5. I'm even failing to find.
No, but even knight f4, maybe you're right.
Okay, once again, knight f4, knight e5.
Rook a7 or knight. Okay, knight g6.
Rook a7 is quite stylish.
Knight g6. Queen takes.
Queen takes, so rook g8 probably needed, but then the bishop is hanging. Let's say if rook g8.
Bishop takes g8 first.
Bishop takes g8. Let's say pawn takes e3.
No, mate on g7, sorry.
And mate on g7. So the rook has to take on g8.
And then everything. C takes d4 or rook takes a7, I think.
But like still a game. Okay, C takes d4, bishop d4, rook a8, probably winning. But well, you have to make all of the moves. I mean, like instead of rook a8, is there any other opportunity?
No, but maybe rook a7 is simpler than C takes d4.
Let's say rook a7, pawn takes.
Just pawn takes.
I think in terms of, still I can't explain the reason to play g5 even in lost position.
Right.
So g5 spawning everything, d takes e3, queen d7. That looks horrible and painful. Rook g8, bishop c2, just no defense against queen h7 mate. Just massive blowout and yeah, something has to be improved in Grigorieva's opening, I think, because 97, the whole concept playing 97 and so on doesn't seem very.
No, in the rule opus, generally,
solid.
Black always should think about d4. Yeah,
of course.
And I mean. She should understand perfectly what she is going to do after d4 and at each move actually, basically at each move. So here he didn't show. Well, maybe she was counting on bishop g4, but it turns out not to be enough. And that's basically it.
Okay, what else do we have there? I mean, interesting, the most exciting, most thrilling. The most spectacular. Gerashkin against Galyamova. Okay. Galyamova is not doing that bad, but I don't know how to protect the exchange. So probably I was also wrong. C takes d5, knight e7, knight g2 instead of queen b3, knight d5, bishop c4. That was an idea. Knight e5. So she just defined the pawn structure and simply played queen b3. King f8, knight f4, queen d6, h4, and of course, you know what Alexander was aiming to play, h5 and knight g6, very typical.
Yeah, and just Alisa has probably just blundered. Just blunder. Maybe this position is still playable. I don't know.
Yeah, wow, but I don't know how blunder this kind of typical idea.
Only g6 is.
G6 is fine. I mean,
but
like
maybe it's still h5.
Black is worse, but not
g5.
most probably. Yeah, so knight g6 is not working there.
Probably it is. Yeah.
Yeah, but how? I'll just take.
Take.
King g7.
Check.
King
sorry. Castle yet.
yeah. If the castle has been made, it's a different story. I mean, like h4, g6 had to be played anyway, and well, still white is slightly better because
or maybe
of the structure.
Something else, but maybe nothing else. Yeah. Maybe g6 is
okay. We can start with h5, g5, then play knight e6.
Still, it's not over yet.
Like trying to shake this pawn structure on the king side. It's not over. It's still a game.
What about rook e8?
Rook e8.
Maybe the pawn can be taken. Yeah.
Can be taken or cannot. Like knight b5.
And knight b5 or knight e8 then.
So rook c.
Yeah, but rook c1 then.
Rook c1, bishop d8.
No, at least bishop c8. Yeah, sorry.
bishop c8 and maybe still some of... Okay, anyway, white can play knight b5 and seemingly just being a pawn up, because f5 is also very, very big. So, but h4, c6, it was blunder in one, and now the god of chess, Kaisa, wasn't on Alisa's side. h5, bishop g5. Now knight g6 it doesn't work because...
Or maybe Alisa was counting on knight g5, right? Bishop g5 and just blundered knight
and
e6.
Just blundered knight e6, but...
Just blundered knight e6,
yeah, that's a horrible blunder. I have absolutely no idea what she will do further.
Yeah, and now it seems to be over.
So Garachkina is about to
move on +2.
To move on +2. What about young Ilya Garifulina, holding slightly worse position, but seemingly not that dangerous?
Yeah, with knight on b5, I think it should be holdable.
It should be holdable, but now White's main idea is try to expand on the king side. Let's say try to play king f2, g4, h5, bishop d3, then play bishop d3, bishop b1, and try to create some mating threats.
Right. No, it's far from over. I mean,
and even a queen trade doesn't solve all of the black's problems, so probably it's not that easy.
Maybe black should think pushing e5 at some point.
Yes, you need to create the counterplay, otherwise you'll just be paralyzed. So knight b5, white to move. I would prefer king f2, I just like this move.
Maybe h5 immediately, no? Just trying to fix the structure.
So the question is, if h5 is
useful,
is useful enough. Let's say we play bishop d3. King f7 can be played.
Knight on b5 is solid. Now I realize that knight is solid, but very
useless.
Stupid.
Very useless.
Very stupid. So
probably you can try to transfer it somehow, even sacrificing a pawn.
A pawn?
Yeah.
But then, okay.
Yeah, well, first of all, king f2 has been played. Well,
no, but then maybe e5. I should think about e5.
Yes. Let's say I just ignore and play g3, g4.
Then maybe e4, no?
Then e4. Okay, that's that matters. Anyway, I'll just.
Oh, okay. Then it's getting complicated.
Even after e4, we have some bishop e2.
This is not what White is dreaming about, I think.
I'm not sure. I think no. I'm trying to provoke you to move your central pawns in order to make them weaken. So.
Okay, let's try. Let's try that. E takes probably.
E takes. Yeah, bishop takes. Seems very, very unpleasant for black.
No, that's true. I mean, it's not...
So maybe you can try to create some kind of fortress.
No, but still, but maybe now knight d6 is...
I'll just take on d6.
Okay, king h8.
King h8, I'll invade somewhere, let's say onto b6.
Or maybe a2 as well.
a2, bishop b7
bishop b7 still, yeah.
Then you can play bishop b7, nevertheless. And I just want to ask the question, what will be your next move?
No, but maybe not bishop b7. I don't like this bishop on b7. Okay, let's try something like queen f7 or queen e8. Queen e8.
There?
Queen e8.
e8.
Yes.
So you mean like if I take on d5, you take on g4?
G4, but then
queen a6.
No. Yeah.
Still very, very... I mean, like, can you try just to keep everything as it is and try to pretend that...
I would try e5 anyway. It's black. Maybe not
being
e4,
an aggressive
maybe
player,
not e4, yeah, maybe, but...
Oh, yeah, e5, I'll play g4 anyway.
Or e4, bishop g2, okay, let me think in this position then.
Or e2,
bishop e2, yeah, bishop e2. But f5.
Well, looks tempting, but... Okay, for example, if I simply take there... Queen takes, check, king h7... Well, maybe not that bad, but...
Okay, I will take, yes. I take.
Okay, some check.
Bishop... okay, king h7.
King h7, okay. So one of my ideas was to play h4, h5. I can't really understand the consequences of it, probably you'll play queen h3 for all of a sudden. The other idea was to trade the queens, but then you take, let's say, queen f8, you just take, play bishop f5, probably holding.
It was not my idea to exchange queens, actually.
I mean, queen h3?
I would, yeah.
Yeah, but
I would try
well,
queen h3.
You have
possible.
okay, queen h3, let's say. I take on e4.
Maybe queen f4, yeah, maybe queen f4 as well.
Or queen f4 as well.
My knight is actually
it's a bit
very ugly.
Yeah, it's a bit paralyzed.
I should.
So e4 is, looks very active and tempting, but I can also try to play bishop d3 instead of g4, just not to give you any weaknesses. It's like starting from bishop d3, which is probably even more clever. And then at some point planning to play bishop g6.
Okay, I like this more, definitely.
Yeah, but my point was not to play e5 at all. So I mean, just keep your pawns as it is and just wait for white to move on. So let's say you need to somehow keep the structure and not allow me to invade with the queen. Let's say let's analyze just the endgame, hypothetical.
I don't like my pieces. No, okay, this is what I would try to avoid.
For sure.
It's black.
Yeah. Okay.
So still, maybe still e5, bishop d3. Okay, just go for it. Yeah. Okay. Well, I agree. It's somewhat unpleasant, but maybe I should go for it. Okay. The take on d4. Maybe just take. What about knight d6? Is it possible?
Yes, it can be, but
even bishop takes a6.
Even bishop takes a6. Also,
at least here,
also this endgame looks very unpleasant. But maybe you're holding.
Should I go for endgame?
Yeah, you can play queen d7 or queen d8.
Queen is 6 probably.
Queen a6. Okay, still like bishop g6. I don't know.
f5 maybe.
h5.
f5. a5 h5.
Yeah. I mean, looks scary.
Indeed. Yeah. But
okay, so the evaluation is between like much better and winning, more likely.
Yeah. e5 is played meanwhile.
Yeah, so Garifulina is very active and aggressive, and she will try to get some tactical chances instead of passively defending her.
No, bishop d3 I like here.
Bishop d3 probably gonna be played, and waiting for young and ambitious Leah to react. Whatsoever, we've got a lot of other interesting stuff. For example, Kashlinskaya against Gunina, and Kashlinskaya her position looks just terrible, if I'm not mistaken. So it means that finally Vala has found her tactical chance. After rook ac1, queen e7, she decided not to hurry up with taking on f4, but then took on f4 on the next move. Queen f4, rook c1. Probably just she has done everything correctly. Knight d2, g5, queen d2, and of course f4.
Well, g5, f4, I don't know. Maybe she didn't need to hurry up with this. But if it works, it's fine. But
no, but I think black is everything is ready for black to push.
Okay. Just take. Rook c3, I guess. No.
Queen c3 for some reason. So okay, let's figure out. Rook c3 is probably not that good because of bishop e5.
Not that good at all.
So that's why queen c3 has been played. f3, bishop takes queen h4, queen h4. Sorry. Yeah. So I almost forgot the Russian language. Bishop f3, queen h4. Rook d1. I mean, like, it all looks very logical. I mean, you put the pawn, you open the file.
Here?
I think that's...
knight e5,
that's been played. Bishop g2, queen takes, king h1, queen takes, rook e1, queen f2.
This is the position, right?
Yes. Queen f2, d takes e5. Now it's black to move their pawn up, and Yeah, probably just winning.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that black should have taken on e2. Should he? Should she?
You mean some rook?
Rook f1 is... But what about, for example, knight f3?
Knight f3,
rook
but
f1, sorry.
Rook f1, queen
f1
e2 and...
but this position looks very good. I don't know. It seems to me that black needs her knight here. And knight on e2 is very strange.
Yeah, maybe she just relies on the forced calculations. I mean, like, pawn takes, we play d4, like.
Maybe, but intuitively...
Yeah, I mean, like,
maybe,
queen c1 is one of the fewest moves, then we just push d3. White has only one check, and
that's it, yeah?
Yeah, I think the position is like, okay, rook f1 is possible, but we can include this.
Okay, maybe check first, then.
Check first, but then we have rook f1, queen f1, probably.
Okay, just
okay,
take.
Let's see.
Just take.
d3.
No, but
check.
Even there, d2, yes? Just take, and d2 is yes, and d2, yes,
d2 is possible.
Yes, and just...
Rook f1. Oh, sorry, no, of course not there.
Rook f1, just...
No, I also rely to... queen takes, take, rook, and d2 in the end.
D2,
that's cute. Just to show it to the spectators. And d2 is no checks at all. No defense against d1 queen. Instead of taking on d2, then rook f2. I think it will be more than enough for Valentina to convert this advantage.
Probably, yeah. Okay, then just good calculation. But otherwise, I would just prefer something like knight g6.
Like when you're attacking, you try to leave as many pieces on the board as you can.
Especially taking into account that knight e2 is, I mean, has no squares. So knight g6.
So I believe d3, d5, d4 will be played.
Yeah, d4 is the idea.
So you need to use all of your forces,
and
especially in the positions with
queen
an advantage.
b4 will be met by a5 or bishop
a5
c5
at least, and
bishop c5.
Also nothing wrong with d3, by the way, I think. With the same idea. I mean, like rook f1, well, it should be winning. Let's say take, rook takes. Okay, you've got some king g2 is the only move. I'm trying to calculate the pawn endgame, but there is no necessity. Okay, so probably the only practical chance. After queen b4, okay, let's just find the better way.
Bishop c5, maybe.
Bishop c5 just winning by force, right?
Or a5.
Yeah, queen a5, b6 just winning. Yeah, that's good. And Jan Nepomniachtchi has won his game against Mikhail Antipov. Yeah, it was an opening disaster for Mikhail, unfortunately. So rook b2, rook b1, bishop e2, seems that black is already much better there. Rook d2, rook fe1, and queen g5 played instead of queen h4 that I proposed, but probably nothing wrong with queen g5.
Yeah, even stronger, maybe.
Rook e2, so then, I mean,
okay.
In terms of that, Mikhail decided to sacrifice the exchange.
Just failed to find any satisfactory defense, right?
Yeah, queen d6, so. Rook e8. Like adding a pawn on h file probably would left white with more or less satisfying position, but then, like without this h pawn,
the direct attack is coming.
Yeah, the protection is of white's king is totally destroyed. Queen d7, rook e6. Yeah, the point being that, let's say if check, then just simply king h7. The pawn is untouchable because of mate in 2. And black included the last piece in their attacking machine. g3, queen h5. Played with an idea to do what? Queen f3 probably was the threat. King g2, king h7, queen d8, queen g4.
Should we mention that rook h1 is not possible because of rook f2?
Yes. Let's say rook h1. Yeah, sorry. Rook h1, rook f2 at least. Winning the game. Queen d8, queen g4, rook b4, rook g6, and queen g3 is threatening. Rook f3 is threatening. And white resigned. Just a brilliant win for Jan in such a calm position after the opening. I couldn't even expect that in position after move 11, the game could be ended with just a clear checkmate on the board on move 30.
Right. Okay.
So
just
Jan,
very, very good
Jan,
play
Jan
game
moved to plus
played
2, by the way.
Yes, and just
Joining
joining
Sergei
in
Karyakin.
the lead.
On the clear third place currently is Maxim Chigaev. Then what else do we have? Matlakov against Yesipenko. An endgame which is preferable for white.
What happened in that position?
They just swapped the queen somehow. Queen e6, queen c4. I mean, yeah, that seems logical.
No, I don't know what was wrong with bishop a3 either.
Maybe not. Okay, once again, like bishop e3 was an idea, and instead of rook d4, which was a bit stupid that I proposed.
Oh, maybe queen e5 was.
Yeah, queen e5. I
the
think
option.
we
But
just
still, rook
discussed.
c1, and somehow white maintains the pressure on c5 pawn, which is very natural.
Okay, queen c4 seems just a bit more safe in order just to release the knight on e3, because like if knight retreats somewhere with the queens alive on the board, some e4, e3 attacking ideas could be possible. Queen takes, knight takes, f6.
Oh, okay,
protecting it.
this endgame should be holdable with pair of bishops.
Should be holdable,
normally.
but well, white will try for sure. Rook ac8, so even a single idea how to attack the pawns. Knight on a5 is placed a bit awkwardly. We need to retreat it.
No, maybe white should just try to double.
Like
c5.
including bishop a3 first?
That's the question. Maybe bishop
I think,
a3
yeah,
first.
bishop on b2 is useless. That's why let's improve the position of the bishop instantly.
And black need to attack this knight.
What do they have? They can play rook, bishop e6, let's say. Can they?
That's smart idea, bishop. But okay, if I go for it,
Just
what's going on?
take
Yeah.
bishop c5. I don't know.
Right,
Maybe I'm just
right.
bluffing. Okay, probably I can take on c5, check rook d2.
Maybe
Seems to be
check and
holdable.
rook d2. Yes.
Check.
No. I mean take on c5,
Yes,
then
yes.
rook d1. But okay,
Yes,
somehow.
yeah, of course, check first.
Um.
Well, it should be fine for black. It seems to be.
Probably. But then what about knight c6 still?
Okay, knight c6. We can play bishop g4. And if you take this a7 pawn, only white is the side who is risking.
Yeah. Some mating ideas are in there.
Yeah, so black has to use the pair of bishops somehow soon. They need to open the position. Bishop e3 is played, by the way. I like bishop e6.
Bishop e6. Okay, but at least white can just trade the rooks and play.
I know, you know what, probably I was blundering. Probably I was
E1
blundering.
also.
Bishop e6 trade,
And
and after
knight
rook d8, knight
C6.
b7. Or knight c6.
Knight c6, knight b6. Knight c6, maybe rook d2 still not clear. But what about simple king e1 if I don't want any complications here?
Nothing wrong, absolutely. Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, I see a nice line after rook c8. Okay, let's say knight b7, maybe c4 somehow.
And take on b3.
Take on b3, and
Yeah,
if
but then
rook
knight
takes on
b6,
b2.
that's the point. Yeah, sorry for it.
very unpleasant.
Okay, so bishop e3, like, white is absolutely out of risk and slightly pushing. Yesipenko is a bit better on time, so I would rather bet on draw than anything else. Svidler against Dubov. It's always might be interesting. Some very...
Optically, it looks like all black pieces are in attack, but...
Yeah, but this bishop on g3
Yeah,
is
bishop
like...
g3 is holding everything.
So knight h4, queen d2, f5, bishop c2, f takes c4, bishop e4, g4.
But in the same time, black's king is also very exposed.
Well, but I think at least black was the side who was ready.
Yeah.
To expand on the king side, play g5, g4, and it's very typical in these positions with bishop on b6. Knight e1, queen g5, rook c2, Bishop f5.
Bishop f5, not h5. H5, bishop g6. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, h5. At least bishop g6, and white is much better, or just better.
But it's bad news for black. I think that he's obliged to exchange some pieces. I mean, it should not be that good, in my opinion. But
well, I think the positionally black is just fine. They have no weaknesses.
Black
h5, h4. Yeah, I think black has a full compensation for the pawn.
For the pawn, you think so? Yeah.
Let's say okay.
d4 is very weak. Yeah.
What can we do there? I mean, can we thread something?
I would try to somehow to I mean, eliminate this bishop on b6. Or what about if I have time? Okay, let's okay, yeah, that's fine. And then knight a4. Is it possible?
At e4.
No.
a4.
Knight a4. Should I take on f5 first? I don't know. If I let's be simple. And knight a4. Is it? Bishop a5 at least. Yeah.
Yes, at least some. Yeah.
And what?
b4 or what?
Yeah. What if I play b4? Bishop takes b4. No. Yeah. I see. Maybe b4 then.
Okay, so. Well, still hard to evaluate, but even this shouldn't be that bad for black. Or maybe some, I don't know, rook b1 is not possible because
no. Queen e3. I'm very optimistic with white here.
When queen
e3,
queen e3. Well, you might be right.
No, I don't like my knight on a4, of course. Yeah, but maybe not knight a4.
I can try knight d5, try to simplify something. I don't know.
Not okay. I agree that knight a4 is.
Okay, of course, black is not better, but it seems that the whole concept wasn't incorrect. So, like, let's say bishop f5.
Maybe knight a4.
And bishop f4 has been taken first. Probably knight takes.
And what? G3 is the idea.
No, but G3
looks very strange, yeah?
Yeah,
no,
so we can make
I don't
check,
think so. Okay, maybe something else. Maybe Peter has something else in mind.
Okay, let's say if we take on 5, so let's be simple as you said.
And knight d3, right?
Yeah, just swap the pair of knights, another pair of knights. And bishop d4, is it possible? Bishop d4?
No, then maybe knight
e4,
knight e4 and
something very
c7
crazy.
is hanging, yeah?
Yeah. Knight e4, but then like queen e7. Something
at least knight takes f4.
And knight takes 4, queen e4. I mean, like, okay, let's show on the board.
c7.
Knight e4. Pawn on c7 is hanging. And what? What to do there? Let's say queen e7. Is it the only move? Okay, let's try. Anyway, knight takes f4. We take. I just blundered this simple tactical blow. Yes, so that's the reason. I mean, yes, obviously black is risking a bit, but still, intuitively, it doesn't seem to be very, very dangerous. I mean, just to prove that I'm being not wrong, I'll try to analyze queen takes f4 in order.
No,
I mean,
stop. Maybe I will not take on f4. Just a second.
Okay, you can try to take on f5, but you need to do something.
Okay, I take f4.
Take, knight takes.
And
d4 pawn is weak, and we have some counterplay on f file.
Okay, when queens are out...
Knight f4 is played by Dubov. That's more in his spirit.
And we were wondering about...
G3.
No. What was our...
I think G3.
No. We were trying to take on f5 and knight d3 simply.
Yeah, or like
then
this.
Queen takes e5 maybe. I just realized that queen f5 is maybe stronger.
Let's say queen takes, protecting this d3 square.
But then okay, nothing is hanging now, right?
Nothing is hanging, but do black has a threat?
No.
Not really, but do white has a move? Okay, at least I see a plan for black, and I see how they can create a threat. They can try to play rook a e8, aiming to play knight e2. So this is one of possible ideas, and it's far from being clear how white can solve the problem with this e1 knight.
Maybe knight d1, knight d3 can be recommended. No, knight d1, knight d3.
Ah, knight d1, wow.
Try it.
Knight d1, but it looks very, very passive. It looks very passive, and frankly speaking, I do not believe in it. Because at least I can... so c7 pawn can be hanging, right? So the point being that queen e4, knight, you still can play knight e3 because d4 pawn is not hanging, pawn on c7 hangs
Maybe
also.
just h5, yes. That's...
Yeah, just h5 or...
And still...
Okay, whatever.
No, okay, yeah, of course, there is some attacking potential, yeah, I agree on that.
Okay, so we'll see. Hard to suggest.
What about knight d3 in this position? Doesn't
in
work?
this particular position, knight d3.
So if it works,
look, yeah,
then it should be played, in my opinion.
Course. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, too many minor pieces on the center. I just can't figure out which one is hanging, and that's why it's quite difficult to calculate anything.
Yeah, but the knight d3 seems to be a good idea.
Okay, the point being that after knight d3 you take with the
queen.
With the queen, okay. So you take with the queen, then
everything is protected.
At least.
And white is pawn up.
That's fair. Okay, knight e3. Yeah, I feel a bit puzzled. So it means that bishop d4 seemingly is
knight f4.
Not a good idea, because at least of knight f4, maybe queen f4 is also winning.
Knight f4 is good enough.
Knight f4 is good enough. That's correct. Bishop.
Well, is it good enough? Maybe bishop e5. Strangely enough.
Which move? Bishop.
Bishop takes d4.
No,
okay, no, that's just
no way. I do not believe.
No, just
knight retreats on an extra piece.
Retreats, yeah. And Peter made his move.
Knight e3.
Knight e3 is played, yeah.
Good. A good game by Peter so far.
Well, just cool-blooded defense, and he's still pawn up. Well, anyway, I mean, black's position is very solid, and white has two weaknesses, so Daniil should find a way to exploit it somehow. But it should be mentioned that his king is quite exposed.
Yes, black's king is quite exposed, but white's king is also not that safe, because all the time with this pawn on g4, let's say the last rank mates are in the air, even after playing g2, g3, still will accuse some weaknesses in our king's camp. So after knight e3, it's black to move, and let's switch the board. Artemiev against Fedoseev. Wow, such a peculiar pawn structure with a doubled pawn. On f-file, white seemed to be quite safe, but black is also solid enough. I don't see the way how white can break through in the center. Maybe they can just play g3, g4 with an idea to play h2, h4 and try to regroup on the king side. Okay. Anyway, I think this position is just equal.
If white wants to be ambitious, maybe he should think about g takes f4 and d4.
Probably.
Looks very ugly, but...
Let's say g takes f4. I think black is not obliged.
Not obliged, but then, okay, white is...
Okay, knight e4, could it be the move? Queen takes e5. I want to make a check.
King h1.
King h1, then king knight f3.
Yeah,
the point being that if you play knight g3, I had some bishop f6 idea.
And queen h5.
And queen h5, well, just some cool and useless tactics. Let's say knight e6. I don't know.
Why the still pawn up or okay?
Yeah,
Queen takes a g6, for example. Yeah, just king f1.
And then probably I take with the pawn. But you know, probably I would take white. I would take black there.
Really?
For some reason, I don't know.
Well, knight is very strong, right?
Okay, you can play d4 and...
No, d4, I don't know. Maybe I should trade bishop first, or maybe d4 followed by knight e4, right?
Yeah, so maybe I was a bit optimistic, but just a cool line, knight d4, queen e5.
Indeed, yeah.
Let's say check, knight g3. Maybe black has something else. Just a funny position, and just enjoying it. Yeah, let's say bishop f6, queen h5 seems more or less pragmatic.
And also queen e4 was possible, right?
Or queen e4. Even stronger.
I'm not sure that's stronger because queen h5 forces exchange. Here,
so I mean, like I can retreat on f7. It's a funny position. The funny position. White is 2 pawns up, but they're almost useless. And I think even there, black is not worse. I think the position is more or less
probably
equal.
Maybe
black is even better.
Yeah, that's why I want to exchange the queens. Queen h5. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's the funny position. Okay, g takes f4 is the move. But well,
no, it's a very responsible one. Very responsible.
Yeah, not in style of Vlad.
Right.
Of course, Vlad is a very responsible player in person, but g takes f4 is.
No, it looks very ugly. I agree, but okay, it has some sense. I mean,
yeah, of course.
The d4 opening the bishop. So, well, who knows?
Okay, so yeah, Polina Shuvalova beating Tatiana Getman, heading to 4 out of 4. Such an impressive start.
Yeah.
Catalan with knight d2, b6 castle, bishop b7, knight e5. Bishop d6, take. So we'll see how Polina managed to use the drawbacks of black's pawn structure. e3, f5.
Okay, f5 is a...
f5 was a bit
if black should play f5, then her position is already bad, yeah. I don't know if she's obliged to, but after a5, of course, I don't like at all black's position. Giving up e5 square is...
Yeah, rook c3 simply doubling on c file. Queen b3, threatening something.
Knight e5
Knight
maybe.
c5, knight e5, I don't know, whatever. King g7, a3, rook ab8. It's just a position where white may simply just make move by move, not hurrying, and it's quite unpleasant for black to protect it. Queen e6, queen a4, king h6 for some reason. Well, that's a bit difficult to explain. At least now I see some...
yeah, maybe thinking about rook g8, g5, I don't know, but
not really.
Still
yeah, so bishop f3, rook c7, b4. Yeah, just fixed the pawn structure, queen b3, rook c8. Everything is very, very passive. Rook c7, wow, that's brilliant. I would rather take on c8 than take on d5, but rook c7 for some reason.
And the bishop is very ugly on b7, and Polina is trying to get use of it, and she succeeded.
Rook takes check, king g2. Well, maybe bishop a8. This is what I don't really like, but probably it's almost too late. I would rather prefer bishop a6.
Then knight b4 maybe.
Knight b4. Wow, so painful. So painful. Yeah, just a devastating position. And queen b5, rook a3, rook d7, rook d3, rook a7, simply creating a double attack. Nothing to do there, just losing position. So 4 out of 4 for Polina. Such an
Right.
impressive start.
Just a great start.
And nothing to add to this game. Just outplayed her opponent, used the weaknesses.
And taking into account that she has already played it, some strong opponents, she becomes definitely the main favorite of the women's section.
Yeah, but she haven't played against Alexandra Gerashkina.
Not yet, not. But
I think
she
Natalia
beat,
Pogonina,
she beat Alina
Olga
Koshlinska,
Giria.
Alexandra Kostyuk already. So
Yes. What about other women? Koshlinska against Gunina. That should be well. So the game is yet to.
So how
to checkmate?
Yeah, but how Alina managed to survive till now? But okay, Bishop E5 is probably the mortal threat. But
yeah, so Queen C1 was played after D4, D3. It's just the same as we said. D2, Queen D1, Queen D4 simply. Rook F8, King F8, Queen E3, King G8, Queen D1, Queen F2. Well, white is stalemated. Black can expand on the Queen
Bishop D4, Bishop E5, yes, is coming and
B3,
nothing
King
to do with
H8,
it.
Bishop G4, yeah, after Bishop E5. Okay, let's say Queen G1.
D1 is not possible, sorry. After Queen E2, I thought about D1, but here...
Maybe we shouldn't hurry with taking Bishop E5. Let's say first we play Bishop E3. What will be White's reaction? I think White's moves can be over.
Oh, but anyway, even maybe
because like you have only pawn moves. Oh, okay, you can take with the bishop. Yeah, you can take with the bishop. No, you cannot take because Queen E1.
Queen E1.
You have only Bishop E3, Bishop E2, Bishop H5 because if you push the pawns at some point, your moves will be over. So it means like then, and if Bishop F3, then now we play
Bishop F5. Yeah,
Bishop
then
F4. So Bishop G2.
No, Queen E1, Queen E1 then.
Queen E1 then.
No, but Bishop H5 should be played instead of Bishop F3.
Okay, Bishop H5.
No, I mean instead of Bishop F3.
Bishop H5, Bishop.
No, it's Queen G1.
You have
still the same. But no, I would just take a pawn on E5 and then after Queen G1, just move the queen somewhere. Queen F4.
I saw that at some point this pawn protects Black's king from the check, so there is no necessity to hurry. We can play B5, A5, B4, or A4.
That's also true. But
okay,
but the position is desperately lost. Yeah.
Absolutely losing position. Okay, Gunina is about to win her game. Another game with black pieces against Koshlinskaya. So what about others? Gira Galifulina, wow, we have almost the same position that we were talking about. But the bishop is quite passive on b7.
No, but I would, yeah. Yeah, okay. Olga Gira is gradually improving her position and...
Do White has a plan, by the way?
White?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's say I wanted to play bishop b4, but then I allow some queen d8, protecting everything. So if we try to play queen bishop b1, by the way, let's say with an idea to play queen c2, which can be mortal.
No, maybe e4 then.
e4. Then we play bishop b4.
Yeah.
Well, somehow the position has to be winning for white, but
no.
Maybe not necessarily bishop b1, but...
I like this bishop on g6 somehow.
So it restricts black's opportunities to move the queen, because all the time the mates are hanging. Yeah, so Gira has a huge advantage. I don't know why Garifulina plays so fast. She has a very bad position. No, sorry, it was move 41, so the
bishop b4 is played, so what Olga has was on mind. So queen d8 should be played now.
Queen d8 probably, or queen c8.
Queen c8 allows queen e7 maybe.
Yeah, okay, queen d8.
Queen d8. And now. Bishop, no, the same.
Queen d8 is played instantly.
But maybe.
And now white has plenty of options.
Yeah.
Okay, I do not believe in f6, f5 idea.
White will just take on f5.
White's king will simply hide to d3 or whatever. Yes, but how to win by force? That's the question. I'm a little bit puzzled still. You know what I would really consider g4, g5 breakthrough? But the point being that I don't really like if you take with h-pawn and just wait for me to take on f6.
What about bringing first the king to, let's say, a1?
I'm trying to find the win by force, but this line doesn't look very forcing. Maybe there is just... there is no necessity
king
to
e1,
put e1, put the king on e1. Okay. So bishop b1 is also fine. Bishop f5.
Yeah, because now this endgame should be completely lost for. I mean, after queen c8, even exchange the queen because black's king is.
By the way, do black has the next move?
I don't know. It's also a good question. Oh, maybe something like bishop c8. I don't know.
I'll try to use this bishop c8 somehow. I don't know how, but okay. So let's say I play bishop f5. What are you going to do? King f7 maybe.
Maybe h5. By the way, no. Instead. You want to prevent bishop c8. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Just to cut off all of the active opportunities.
Now I think the black position is not far from being winning. h5 then.
h5. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. King goes back. And yeah.
Still no forced win. Now maybe we can try this regroup. Let's say bishop b1 finally. Yeah, if you play e4, I just take and it should be winning somehow. Well, just a huge advantage. Гусева against Pagonina, another Catalan setup with pawn on f6, another pawn on f6.
Looks too passive for black, right?
Black's minor pieces are placed quite awkwardly with knight on d5.
Yeah, and bishop is stuck on b7.
So nothing wrong with knight on d6, but it's knight on b5, I think. I think black wants to get rid of it.
Well, maybe black is planning to play something like knight e4 and transferring another knight to d6.
Maybe. So let's say knight e4. Is it possible? Maybe I'm blaming Natalia for no reason. The more I think about this position, the more I understand that maybe it was a bit premature. Yeah, knight e4, and despite this awkward pawn structure, black is probably not bad. Probably doing well. Let's say we do not really want to take on e4. D takes e4.
There is no...
And then, knight is trapped.
Yeah, there is no...
So bishop e2, knight e4 is possible, seemingly possible. And now the variety of options for white.
What about f3?
f3, let's say we take, queen takes, knight d6, more or less logical.
e4, I cannot play e4 immediately.
Yeah, I think we have more.
That was my idea, but it doesn't work, yeah. Okay, but knight f2,
Even so, yeah. Knight f2, aiming to play e4, and then if black plays f5, then
I go back, yeah, probably.
And now white is clearly better because of this important e5 square.
Well, maybe f3 then. Maybe this is the point.
f3 is good. I think if knight e4 comes, f3 is most likely to be played. This is the position between Gerechkin and Galemov, and pardon me, white is rook up, pawn up, and has a tempo. So knight e6, b5, queen b3, rook e8, knight f4. Galemov decided to sacrifice the rook, by the way.
Mm-hmm. The brave decision, but...
Yeah, but firstly I thought like, do black have anything if pawn takes? But then, okay, check f4. Even this position is lost, but knight f8 has to be played. Bishop h6, knight e6, b5. Just taking the full rook. F takes, bishop takes f4, g takes, queen f4. Queen e2, c5, d takes, check. Yeah, so Gerechkin just calculated that there is no perpetual. Played this line, and now queen e3, queen g5. Black doesn't even has a single threat. So we can play, let's say,
rook d1,
d1
rook c1,
rook
whatever.
d1. I would even
Yeah,
sacrifice this pawn just to...
It's hard to comment on this game. And one more game has just finished in men's section.
So bishop e3 was played, king e6, leaving the bishop on d5 and controlling the b7, c6 and c4 squares. Rook d2 trying to double on c file, rook d7, rook dc2, rook dc7, knight c4, bishop c6, and Maxim Matlakov decided that he can't really improve the position of his pieces and agreed on draw. Okay, good game by Andrei Isipenko, but he's still -1 and still needs to improve his result.
And what's wrong about knight b2 in this position? Something
with the same plan.
But okay, yeah, but a4 maybe is not a threat then. Yeah, but
yeah, okay, bishop.
It can be met by c4.
Knight c4. It was white to move, black to move. Let's say we play bishop c6 back. So bishop c6, knight b2, and we can play bishop b5 even.
Knight a4 and just
take on a4.
No, I mean knight b2 in this position.
Bishop b5.
Bishop b5, yeah.
Yeah, I mean like in case to prevent any kind of idea.
Right.
So again, 4 games have been decided in men's section and only 2 remaining, while 4 remaining games in the women's section. Still Svidler against Dubov and Artem against Fedoseev are in progress.
What about Svidler-Dubov game? What happened?
Yeah, we'll just look for it after, because Artemiev is in severe time trouble. He has 3 minutes for 12 moves. C takes b6, and positionally, could black be better? Could black be better there? Or not really, because white will eliminate the knight, play queen b5, double on b file. Their king position is safer.
And the knight on e4 is very strong, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's it should be equal. It should be equal. Maybe white is not better because it's like optically it looks like black has an extra pawn, but white has a doubled f, which protects the king. Queen c4 is played this instead of bishop takes d4. Well, that's interesting. I think Vladimir. Well, if he takes on c4, he spoils his own advantage on the queen side, because then he will not create a post pawn on the queen side. Probably he has to retreat on g6 or somewhere else. Okay, while Vladimir takes his time, Svidler against Dubov. White is a pawn up. Knight e3 was played. Bishop e4, knight takes, queen e5, knight f4, queen e4. Queen e3, queen e5. The idea, what is this threat? Do black has a threat? d5? Probably d5.
Oh, then knight c5 then. Yeah, knight c5.
Okay, knight c5, but like even bishop c5 should be fine for black. At least not worse. Rook b8, knight g3, queen takes, rook takes, king g6, king f1. White is a pawn up, black has some good compensation, maybe h5, h4.
Knight will go to e2 anyway, yeah?
So e2 to c3. Well, white is a little bit better. White is a little better, and maybe it's time to take some small rest and wait for the most entertaining moments of the classical part, the time trouble, approaching to move 40. So stay tuned. We will be back soon after the short break. So probably no intermission. And as well as we don't have an intermission, we can talk about Vityugov beating Goganov, which we've barely seen. I hope not a lot of spectators switched off after I promised that we'll go for the short break. Okay, anyway, Queen a5, a3, Rook d8, Queen b6, Knight g3, a5, b5, a4.
I'm not sure about a5 yet, because c6 is a very important square for black pieces, for both knight and bishop. So
he wanted to spoil this queen side structure, but white has an initiative and they do not count the pawns on the queen side. Yeah, so maybe even like queen a5 wasn't that good. Okay, let's say a5, b5, a4. Yes, it's a bit strange because black is only moving their pawns well. White is almost checkmating. g6, queen d2.
Oh,
that's
nice.
interesting. So it means that it's if king h7 protecting the pawn, what white is going to do there? Okay, knight f6 or bishop d3.
Queen f4 maybe.
Or queen f4 is also, yeah, queen f4 is even stronger. That's true. G takes, queen takes, knight d7, bishop d3, f5. Well, that's a desperate attempt to save the king. So let's say if knight f8, white somehow should checkmate their opponent. Let's say knight g5, aiming to play bishop h7 with an idea to play bishop g6 back and bishop f7. Black has to take, king h8. We can even take this pawn first.
Why not? Yeah, indeed.
Take king g7, queen g5. Let's say if knight g6, queen f6.
Or maybe h4 also.
Or h4. No, my idea was just to take on g6 and play queen g6 and then rook d3.
Yeah, sure.
Crushing.
But maybe king h8 should be tried instead of knight g6. But then maybe rook e1, rook e4 simply. Yeah?
Yes, that's one of the ideas. For sure.
Yeah, just rook e1. I cannot see any defense.
Neither me. But f5 was played. Probably Goganov already realized that his position is lost. Queen g6, king f8, bishop c4, knight c5, knight d4. With knight f5 idea also. Rook d4, queen c7, rook e1. Yeah, black is stalemated on the queen side and their lack of development. Knight b3, rook f4 with a cute idea with the idea rook f5. And after bishop c5, rook d1 is played with the same idea. Play rook f5, rook f5, queen g8, and queen f7 mate. So, gorgeous victory by Nikita Vityugov, heading to +1. And, well, so finally Valentina Gunina beating her opponent. So what has happened there? Bishop d4, b3, king h8, bishop g4, a5 was played instead of bishop e5, fixing the structure, a4, b6, and yeah, white has nothing to do over there. Queen e1, king g2, because it's almost saying, okay, well, could white have played bishop g4? No, they couldn't because of bishop d4. That was the point.
Bishop d4 is a threat.
So, of course, black's position is winning and bishop d4 is a venomous threat. And after king g2, avoiding bishop d4, but
Queen
not
G3,
avoiding queen
yeah.
g3, and then queen h3 comes with a double attack, taking the piece. Congratulations to Valentina with her victory. 3 games remaining in the women's section, so we have passed the equator in terms of the number of games and games already played. 2 games in the men's section. Still Svidler trying to, well, not even convert his extra pawn, but at least to receive a chance to play
Which
on
is not a simple task.
Obviously not.
As black's
Artemiev playing
position
against Fedoseev, very complicated position, more or less equal. Now it's finally, let's try to go for the short break. And yeah, anyway, don't switch off, we'll be back soon.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских. Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Девочки, заходите.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки. Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру вы будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном? Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Back in the studio after the short intermission, we've got Daniil Zubov as a guest, fluent English speaker, strong chess player, interesting person. Played a very tense game against Peter Svidlo, and yeah, waiting for your explanations of what was going on the board.
Well, long story short, I have no idea, obviously. Well, first of all, when you play Rui Lopez against Svidler, you obviously feel like studying something, right? I mean, it's basically you think Rui Lopez, you think Svidler, and I've never tried Rui Lopez against him before, so yeah. This time, yeah, I decided to give it a try. So the one he played makes sense. It's Queen D3. I actually don't remember if it's a novelty or it's like rare move or something, but I remember that it's one of the top choices of an engine. So yeah, it obviously makes sense. Castles, bishop d5. Yeah, takes h6, bishop h4, g5. Now you kind of need to be able to recall the right line after knight takes g5, which I think I was capable of doing, although I was not sure. I mean, you obviously take, you go, I think knight takes d4, knight c3, and then you sort of try to recall something and calculate something, but black is fine here.
Yeah, maybe bishop e6 or...
Yeah, probably, but then some e5 is coming, I mean, it's just a mess.
So, but like, if you don't remember the certain tier, is it scary on the board, or you're just 100% sure that you will recall it anyway?
I mean, I felt like he will probably go for it, but first of all, yeah, I mean, after bishop g5, it's probably, yeah, I mean, it's probably a little too late to... No, I mean...
yeah.
First time bishop g5, yeah. It's probably a little too late to regret this, because, I mean, good or bad, I have to do it. Secondly, I thought, well, I mean, sometimes I'm capable of calculating few moves, so yeah, I thought I will probably manage. And then he went bishop g3, which makes a lot of sense. And the last thing I remembered was that it sort of does exist, yeah? Then I started to think, so first of all, I think there is a funny trap. So if I go g4, then I guess it's exactly bishop h4. So the point is, if you start with e5, I think at least I can try.
At least you can
d takes, I believe, yeah.
D takes.
Well, that's what I thought. So the difference is that if you start with bishop h4, then after g takes you go e5, and it's basically resigns, queen g6 is coming.
Yes, that's seemingly the truth.
Yeah, look, so knight h5 felt really natural to me. I thought it's either a good move, or it's a logical move that is not good, and then, I mean, at least he'll start playing all the board. I mean, it does look reasonable in general. This whole concept of giving up the b5 pawn looks sort of normal to me. So yeah, rook c1. Rook c1 kind of makes sense. So he wants to protect d4 in some lines after knight e7. g4 is not a threat anymore. So rook c1, knight e7. Now once again, if he takes on b5, then I think it's just much better version for me comparing to the game. I can do literally anything. Like maybe takes on g3, king g7, maybe bishop g4, maybe bishop d6. Like any move is just three times up comparing.
So it's just a long-term positional compensation. This.
Yeah, that can quickly transform into mating attack. Yeah, I mean you just go f5 and then it's really close. So it's very solid for black, even if he doesn't manage to checkmate. But for white, it's less solid. I mean, it's not that you will definitely have your extra pawn for like 30 moves. You can get checkmated rarely. So the way he played, once again, it looks reasonable. So he went knight c3, probably hoping for me to protect the pawn, which was not a bad idea, by the way. So I thought like c6 or takes on g3, and c6 kind of makes sense. But yeah, somehow I don't know what was the point, because I want to do exactly the same. I want to go king g7, I want to do the same thing with an extra pawn. But I think after c6, his point is d5 probably.
d5?
Yeah, that's what I thought at least. And then you try to fight for the d5 square, because yeah, the king is still on j8. Maybe I'm not in time to get everything. Like knight g6, maybe you just take on c6. Yeah, I mean, there is no checkmate. So king g7 looks extremely extremely ambitious, so it basically forces white to take on b5, because otherwise it just makes zero sense to me. And now, yeah, I mean, I had many options. Yeah, I think knight g6 is fine. So he played knight c3, I believe. Yeah, knight f4 is probably a mistake, because, I mean, first of all, I have different plans. But secondly, I mean, even if I want to do the stuff with knight f4 and f5, yeah, I mean, obviously I should have played f5 first. And
f5 instantly.
Yeah, because the difference is that, yeah, now if f5, f4 is a threat. And then in the game, yeah, he had an option of ignoring it completely.
So now e takes e5 is needed. Otherwise, f4
yeah, sort of. That's what I mean. I was a little worried about some knight d5. I mean, f4 and some brilliant attacks that I failed to find. I mean, it could be something, some rook h7, I thought.
But maybe the position with your compensation will transform to position with Peter's compensation. Let's say.
Yeah,
can he like simply give up this g3 bishop? But
yeah, but here I think it's much more likely that it will, yeah, it will transform to resigns for white, to be honest. So yeah, probably white has to take on f5, and then is just much better version for me comparing to the game.
Yeah, so you take and
yeah, queen somewhere, knight f4. I mean, it's just exactly the same. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, maybe white is still fine, but comparing to the game, it's much better version. Because basically, in the same position in the game, his bishop was on e4.
Yeah.
Much.
And so, you're no more obliged to play knight h4, by the way.
Yeah, as well, yeah. So maybe sometimes I'll take on g3, go g4, queen f6 or something. Anyway, yeah, knight f4 felt so natural, yeah? I mean, when you see such a move, you want to play it instantly. Which I actually failed to do. I started to think, but still I played it. Which was kind of weird. So queen g2. Now I think it's very important that after bishop g4, I believe he goes bishop d1. That's what I thought, at least. Because otherwise, if he plays something like knight e1 or something, then at least maybe it's also good for white. But at least I keep coming. Some queen f6, h5, I mean, it looks reasonable. But after bishop d1, I actually failed to come up with a, yeah, with a reasonable move.
So bishop d1 protects literally everything, right?
Yeah, sort of. And then he's ready to play knight a4 in some lines. And yeah, I mean,
yeah, I mean, like optically, I mean, despite being the pawn down and having these active pieces on the king side, it doesn't seem that black has equalized fully, and you're just trying to create some threats. Okay, I don't know if f7, f5 will come anyway, but...
well, I don't know. Optically, I would say black is fine. Some queen f6 is also there. So, yeah, I don't know, maybe h5. But in general, I felt like bishop g4, bishop d1 is, yeah, is in white's favor.
Yeah, probably.
So, yeah, that's why I decided to play f5. And then, yeah, that's exactly why I should have started with f5 immediately. Because here, like, e takes f5, bishop takes f5, I'm happy. But he played bishop c2. And then it's just much better version. I think I pretty much have to take anyway. And then, yeah, I mean, comparing to the position we discussed earlier, white is just like 3 times up. g4. Now I think it's very important that after knight h4 could be winning, actually.
After g4?
Yeah. But I think it works for black after queen g5. Knight takes g6, knight h3. Takes. Knight f8. Yeah, probably king f8.
So white has a rook.
Probably
yeah. They just stuck there.
Yeah, takes. And yeah, from far away, it felt scary. Some knight d5 is coming. I mean, some knight d5, bishop f4. But yeah, I mean, knight d5, queen takes d4. Black is just fine, I believe. I mean, maybe black is winning, but like at very least, black is fine. So yeah. This was an important line that probably works for black. That's why he went knight e1, which is logical, queen g5. And now I think it's a very important moment. I don't know if black is fine or not. But in general, so knight h3 check is a threat, and he has many ways of defending queen. And the problem is that, yeah, there is some...
but not king h1, let's say.
King h1 does work and makes a lot of sense, I think.
Really?
Yeah, both we thought the only problem with king h1 is knight h5, probably. Because the thing is, in the game he played rook c2, and then I think it's very important that his knight from e1 doesn't have a square c2. Because otherwise knight c2, e3 would be coming everywhere. So king h1, I mean, I thought it's reasonable, but knight h5 just works.
Yeah, so the only drawback that the f2 pawn is weakened after king h1, as far as I can see. So
well, knight takes g3 is a check as well, yeah?
Yeah, so let's say queen takes, knight g3, so we have to, this is the only move,
yeah,
h takes, and could black even be better there.
I mean, it could be anything. Some knight d5 is also there, because white is always trying to counterattack with this knight d5, rook takes c7 or something.
Yeah, so knight
but
d5,
yeah, exactly
yeah.
here.
You take on
yeah,
f2
yeah, exactly here. I think it should work for black, to be honest. I mean, I don't know how exactly, but both we felt like okay, it should work. And also, knight takes g3 was not exactly forced. Yeah, we could just start with h takes.
Yeah.
Because then maybe in some endings we don't mind this bishop on g3 being alive, and yeah.
Yeah, maybe we're
eyeballing, as Yasser will say, eyeballing the d6 pawn. Yeah, so. Anyway, yeah, rook d1 was also an option, obviously. Which I actually thought kind of makes sense as well. Yeah, I feel like I mean, I have to do pretty much the same. I probably just go bishop f5 and it's a mess. But I actually didn't like this kind of mess, to be honest. I mean, it felt like it's a mess for equality, not for checkmating.
Most
anymore.
likely, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Because knight d3 is yet to come, or knight c2.
Yeah, here in some lines he just takes on e5, so you can see the difference. Let's say takes, and now knight c2 makes a lot of sense. I mean, in some lines, I don't know, maybe he includes bishop takes f4, maybe not. But in general, this knight c2 e3 idea makes a lot of sense. I mean, at least
yeah,
to
so
me,
let's say, for example, you play h6, h5,
yeah,
it should be a bit late, but... Okay, let's
yeah, but then let's say knight e3, so queen g5 runs into knight e to d5.
So he just trades too many minor pieces, killing your attack, and also just...
I mean, still it's not that I resign, but I mean, yeah.
It's somewhat unpleasant.
Yeah, it's probably an improvement for white. Or maybe not. But he went rook c2. Rook c2 feels, yeah, a little bit weird to me, I don't know, this whole setup. So bishop f5. So now his problem is that basically the d3 square is only square available to the knight, and now some rook b2 to e8 is an idea. And suddenly, I mean, it's quite unpleasant to face this. I mean, it's very simple. You just want to go rook a8, take on f5, some knight e2, or h5, h4, whatever. So, yeah, he played something. I think he played...
He took on f4, because we were failing to understand which capture is better. Okay, so...
Yeah, I thought actually what's quite important, if he plays bishop takes f5, queen takes, and knight a4... So I thought this is very important, because in terms of ideas, this is what I was originally worried about. Some knight a4 and then c7 start hanging. But then I realized actually even knight d5 is a brilliant position for black. Because now his bishop on g3 is stupid, I just go h5.
You mean brilliant, you mean better, or...?
I mean, at very least it's a very comfortable equality. I think black is better, yeah. I mean, I felt like I would definitely pick up black here.
Yeah,
because you just go h5, I mean, he'll play f3, you go
you have
h4.
quite a clear plan. Let's say if knight takes, you take with rook,
takes,
let's say rook a5, if I'm not blundering anything.
Yeah, but I don't even see what...
I mean, like, I'm trading rook c7 at some point, maybe...
Yeah, sure, but I will just defend, and then, I mean, in terms of ideas...
like even rook f7.
Yeah, or queen f7, I mean, in terms of ideas, I just don't see what...
Yeah, very peculiar stuff, but it may work.
Yeah, I mean, in general, it looks extremely solid with this knight on d5. And then, bishop takes f4, which he played is obviously very natural, so the bishop is stupid, so he's happy to trade it. Knight takes. Now, knight d3 I thought is pretty much forced. And I think here I realized I'm actually, like, at very least fine. Well, not at very least, I mean, I'm probably just fine, but somehow it was surprising. Before this rook c2, I felt like I'm worse. And here, I realized it's just fine for black. So he went knight d3. He told me after the game that he blundered knight e6, which I actually saw. But then, what I didn't like was, I believe, queen takes g5, h takes, takes, and I guess knight e2 or something. I mean, it's not that white is much better, but his point was that 96 could be just better for black, which I don't think is correct, to be honest.
So 92, let's say if black takes...
Yeah, you take on c7, okay, I mean, it's probably a draw, but it's not that it's black who's playing, yeah? I mean,
no, for sure.
Yeah, black is pawn down. Yeah. So, I decided to take on e4, go queen f5. Yeah, I thought it's a very solid approach. I actually did not even see what's wrong with immediate rook e8. I mean, instead of bishop takes e4.
This one.
Yeah, I mean, it looks scary, but actually, why exactly?
Okay, let's say white takes on f5.
Yeah, but then queen takes f5 is much better version for me.
So, I mean, what the difference? The pawn is not hanging. So you take 94, let's say.
I think you basically lose d4 immediately. That's the difference.
Yeah. So let's say take.
I mean, you go knight d5 and off with
rook
draw.
d4.
I mean, yeah. It's not that not that white is worse, but yeah.
Yeah, well, like rook d4, knight c7 is probably an attempt, but.
Yeah, but I mean, rook e5.
Like tactically, is a bit risky.
Yeah, after rook e5, I think black is just fine. No, I think in general, this kind of endings is just very, very solid for black. So even in the game, I thought I basically give up like 4 tempest for free. But I thought still, I mean, it's a dead draw, and I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, so, but it's a kind of a bit paradoxical, because you think that you were playing a bit inaccurate, and Peter made, I mean, like, you probably criticize him for rook c2, and was it the only moment where he could improve his play?
Yeah, I don't know. No, I mean, obviously, when you give up a pawn, that's the point, yeah? I mean, basically, when you give up a pawn and then you play, like, all the active moves, it's not that you'll make a lot of mistakes. So yeah, I mean, it could be just about rook c2 or rook d1. Okay. I don't know. But I think I should have played f5 or something instead of knight f4 as well.
Yeah, like just to remind the moment, instead of knight.
Yeah, here I mean, if I want to try this plan, I have to start with f5, of course. Because after e takes, at very least, I can go knight f4 and bishop takes f5. Yeah, I mean, if I want to do the same...
That's a beautiful transposition, by the way.
No, I mean, it is not a transposition, because in the game, let's say queen g2...
Ah, yes, sorry.
Yeah. So it's like knight f4, so I played knight f4, queen g2, f5, and he played bishop c2, which is obviously strong. So e takes f5 is a transposition, but it looks...
Yes.
Like
now I got it.
As the most stupid move in the world, yeah, I mean... Yeah. And then, I felt like white has an idea. And then later in the game, once again, I felt like I should have forced to draw in a much more simple way. But once again, I just wanted to be sure. I thought, okay, this I will never lose. I mean, obviously, when you think this way, you can lose. But yeah, I mean, it takes on f4. I mean, it's way too solid for black. I thought, I mean, okay, come on, it will take me something, to lose this one. So, for instance, here, I think, so his point was, after queen d3, I think his idea was rook a to e8, knight g3. And it looks kind of interesting. So queen takes d4 runs into rook takes c7, first of all.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think black goes king h8 instead.
Instead of taking on g4, right?
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah, so rook e8.
Yeah, knight g3, king h8. Yeah, king h8 here. Which I thought looks very... Like, I didn't see what's wrong with it, to be honest. And it was a little bit more ambitious than what I played. But once again, I mean, it didn't feel like white can be worse here, to be honest. And then in the game, I thought I'm pretty much forcing a draw. I mean, okay. So I went queen f5 instead, which is obviously way less ambitious. But then I just for straight and yeah, rook 8. So knight c3 was also an option. So in terms of ideas, knight c3 is more ambitious move. Yeah, I think his only chance as a settings is bringing the knight to d5. But
can you play it in pretty much the same manner? Let's say rook f4.
Yeah, exactly. Here rook f4 just forces a draw, I believe. So rook d1 runs into rook takes d4. Yeah. By the way, maybe it's not a draw. Maybe black is just
better,
much better. Yeah. Anyway, so knight g3 felt natural. Takes. And once again, yeah, king g6. Yeah, I don't know, maybe... So he played king f1 here, I believe.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, maybe I could have looked for some repetition or something, but in general, I mean, I just don't feel like black is worse. I thought I can just wait. The way I played, I think it's very convincing, so I played rook e7.
Yeah, what about h5? Is it possible there? Can you try to expand on the king side?
Well, I thought in general, like, my only chance to lose this one is to allow knight e2 followed by g3 and knight f4.
Probably.
Yeah, so I thought after h5... So
yeah, it's like giving a tempo.
Not exactly, no. I think h5 should be fine, but at least I got his idea. So the point of rook e7 was to prevent knight e2.
Yeah, just double on e.
Yeah, on f, I believe. So knight e2, you go rook e2,
double
f7.
on f-file.
Yeah, so he went rook e1 instead. Yeah, takes, rook e8.
So you decided to take... Okay, but I think...
Once again, if I go rook f7, yeah, somehow I wanted to be sure. I mean, obviously, yeah, at this stage you have a feeling that it's going to be a draw anyway. But somehow, yeah, if I go rook e2 f7, then I think rook e6 check might...
And then rook d2?
Yeah, might be sort of reasonable. Because now I have to calculate stuff. I have to go rook f4, otherwise, I mean, what I played was just stupid. So I have to go rook f4 here. But then it will take me, it will take me a lot, yeah?
Yeah, so it's all about level of risk.
Some rook e7 and then, so I thought, okay, I'll just take on e1. Rook 8, I mean, come on. I have a bishop, his pawns are bad, my structure is good.
Yeah.
The king is coming, it should be a dead draw. Yeah, so we just repeated.
Yeah, maybe it's the good time for white to agree, otherwise the king may proceed to e4 and just...
I mean, it will face rook e3 check. It's not. I mean, it's not that it's a real chance for black, but in general, I don't feel like black is worse at all. Actually, so I mean, okay.
Yeah, probably. So the game full of life, despite that being a draw and well, so probably f5 was an improvement for you, just in terms of human beings. I don't know.
Yeah, probably, because at some point I felt like I could be just better actually after f5, and then I felt like I'm probably worse.
Yeah, anyway, Daniil, thanks for the interview and good luck in upcoming games.
Thanks.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских. Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки. Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном? Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлично, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
back into the action after interview with Daniil Dubov. 3 games remaining in both sections, and outstanding defense skills by Vladislav Artemiev, as we can see. He was optically worse against Vladimir Fedoseev. Fedoseev had an extra pawn, but he found a very strong and only resource to save the game, and we can try to show you on the board. So after h4, so just once again from the moment where we stopped, Queen e4, a5, c5, knight d4. So it means that black is simply slightly better because of the was an extra pawn on the queen side of the knight on d4, and white has to eliminate the knight, take, queen b3, a4,
fixing a3 pawn.
Fixing the a3 pawn with his bishop on e7, attacking it, h6, just a prophylactical move, queen e6, queen takes. So the pawn was hanging, but so what was the point of queen e6? Probably no proper defense against queen b6, right? Because you don't really want to play rook b8 there.
But maybe he just considered the position,
or maybe the transposition to this endgame, which looks quite
promising. Yeah.
Quite promising for black because of post a pawn and the bishop against the knight. Despite the very beautiful horse being on e4, it's kind of cut it off. But white has a good counterplay connected with pushing the pawns on the king side. And rook e6, bishop b4, rook b6, bishop f8, g4. And probably it was the turning point of the game. At least it looks so. So king g8 was played by Fedoseev. Well, I don't know if it was needed right there.
It's hard to
so
say,
I think black's main idea is to trade the pair, try to trade the pair of rooks. Let's say, can we try rook c8 first? Aiming to play rook d8 and then rook a8 somehow. I'm not sure if our opponent will...
Maybe still g5 or something. Yeah.
Okay, let's say g5. Okay, rook d8. I'm trying to do exactly the same. I mean, no matter what you'll do.
G takes.
G takes, rook a8.
Still, yeah.
For example, you can take on g7 first.
No,
bishop takes.
Maybe knight g5. Knight g5. Sorry, knight g5. I will start with knight g5.
Starting with knight g5, rook c8. And then in this sort of positions, there are some ideas to play rook c6. Try to control the...
So the a2, rook takes a2. Yeah.
Intending to take some rook, I think c8 most likely. Yeah, c8 for sure. So still not that it's been far from clear how black could really improve their game. King g8 was played, h4, rook g1. And for all of a sudden, white is just in time to create good, a proper defense for his own king. For all of a sudden, white's king could have been in danger because after g5, black played h5 and then only moved g6 saves the game because after rook c8, knight g5, if rook c1, knight transferring to h3, protecting from rook g1, rook h1 mate. So seemingly rook c1 won't be played, and we'll see what Vladimir choose out of there.
Yeah, but then it's hard to improve.
It's quite hard to improve. Let's say playing rook a1 is.
But rook d8, rook d8 still your plan. What?
Rook
okay,
d8 once again.
Yeah, white would proceed with the same defense. Yeah, the same.
You can try knight f7, by the way.
Yeah, knight f7 now is possible, right?
Or even knight e6 doesn't look that pointless. I think because of not many reasons, but I think of
just knight takes f8.
Knight takes f8, rook takes,
and rook takes pawn.
Rook takes pawn. That's that's an argument. So knight g5 and seemingly white's surviving. So, yeah, and just to admit that black is not in time even to play rook c2 because of many reasons, but the main reason that we allow a very critical counterplay which can be quite hardy for black. So knight g5 and white is holding an equality. Talking about the women's section, Olga Giria still playing against Garifulina. Obviously her position remains better as far as you can see, but it feels like she spoiled some part of advantage because now Garifulina's king is placed at least more useful than on g8 because it protects the weak a6 pawn. c4 square is potentially weak. White has to spoil a tempo playing b3. And what white has to do now? Because bishop g4 is hanging, knight is4 is hanging. We have queen b4 check.
But then king c7.
King c7 or even knight b5.
Knight b5.
Bishop f8.
Yeah, we'll give some opportunities related to bishop f8. But what's wrong with king c7?
Might be nothing, really. And after king c7, well, the pawn is still hanging. Yeah. Well, I can't say white is suffering, but
yeah, okay, but
still
white
failing
think maybe about
maybe take on d6, by the way.
Queen d8, maybe,
or queen d8.
Which
Let's say check.
Double-edged, probably, eh? Because g4 pawn will...
Yeah, let's say queen a4 can be the threat
queen a4
at some
also,
point.
yeah.
Not maybe there, but okay, let's say knight c4, king e2 probably has to be played.
Bishop g4, let's say.
Ah, bishop g4 comes with
maybe,
a check.
Maybe queen b5 then. Queen b5 also.
And queen b5, but what is the position? Queen b4, king c7. I think that Olga is a bit disappointed, and now she, well, obviously she won't be satisfied about the game, but she will satisfy because, well, what else to do with the draw after the repeating of the moves?
White doesn't want to play f5, yeah, but maybe f5 is the only way to proceed.
Yeah, I mean, like 20 moves ago, we couldn't even imagine that white could be under the risk, but then in this position, if white tries to play in a too aggressive manner, they could be punished.
Well, b3. What about b3? If you consider b3 here.
Okay, b3.
Or maybe check first queen a5 and then b3. Okay, queen a5, king b7, b3.
Okay, repeating once again, b3.
And bishop g.
What if we take once again?
Yes, and okay, queen d8.
Queen d8. That seems to be quite logical. Can I try something like queen b5?
Ah, yeah.
I mean, like, I don't know if I'm...
Black
yeah.
Yeah.
Is fine or winning?
Yeah, it's not...
Okay, I just say it should be draw for sure.
True,
like queen e7 at least. Well, that's...
And Olga is getting short of time, so she needs to take a decision urgently.
Garifulina plays in a very nasty manner. So she always better on time. She always pressing psychologically, and even being in the difficult situations, she never stops finding the practical chances.
f5. That's very responsible decision by Olga,
but okay, well, still white has a plan to push on press on d5, so they cannot be really risking.
Mm-hmm.
But then let's say, of course, the first thing that comes to our minds is to check king e2, and how we can activate our piece. Let's say a5. Queen has to retreat somewhere.
Bishop a6.
Maybe queen e1, bishop a6.
Well, somehow it's getting, I mean, quite unclear. Oh, maybe not bishop a6, maybe queen b5.
Or queen b5. Anyway, it means that black is more than fine. In this particular line.
Yes.
Because we have to protect on e3 somehow, king e2.
On a5, you're right. Yeah, a5 is.
a5.
Why not?
Isn't it just a good chance for black? I mean, in terms of practice.
Yeah. At the moment, white is just piece down. I mean,
almost.
She needs to bring
the bishop back to the
game,
action. Yeah.
No, maybe queen b3 should be tried. Yeah.
Okay, let's say queen b3. But what is the difference? Bishop a6.
Yeah, there is no queen b5.
No queen b.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, king f2.
And I think my plan is to play king c8.
Yeah, but why not a4 followed by queen b5?
I mean, just fix everything. Then bishop e3 and, well, that should be a draw. That should be a draw, I think.
No, I mean, if black wants draw, just a4, queen b5.
Yeah, yeah. Nothing wrong with it.
I mean, but still, maybe after queen's exchange, bishop f8 should be.
No, but I think we are not in time. We're not in time to attack.
Yeah.
So say bishop f8, knight b2.
Knight b2 already. Yeah.
Not really.
Not.
So a4 is equalizing at least, and well, I found a very interesting option to play king c8. Looks ambitious, but the point being that maybe bishop f7 is not that pleasant.
Comes down.
Yeah, so a4 probably has to be
played. Knight c4 is played, king e2.
a5 will be played by Garifuna 100%.
Yes.
Can't imagine she can make any other move. So, seems that Olga wasted all of her advantage, and we're heading to Gusev against Pogonina. White has an extra pawn and dominating position. White has almost 2 extra pawns because like this advantage, like 3-on-2 on the queen side, doesn't really pay off for black.
But okay, for the moment they are blocked by
the knight on d6, yeah, so it's a typical like King's Indian knight, but rook g3, king f7 or f8 or h8 or h7. Plenty of options. I think, well, king h7 looks a little bit risky, but I don't know how I can prove.
Well, maybe black is just in time to trade one pair of rooks.
Yeah.
After knight g5, yeah, so maybe.
I think knight g5...
Because king f7 can be met by bishop e2, bishop h5 and bishop g6, and white will avoid trading
Yes,
rooks,
for sure.
So
king h7 probably is a good move.
Mm-hmm.
Can we try just the same? Let's say, so bishop e2 fails into knight e4, simply.
Mm-hmm.
And then knight goes to f6 and black shouldn't be bad. At least it's a sufficient improvement. Otherwise, I wanted to transfer my bishop to g4 or to g6, but I'm not in tempo to do it. Not in time to do it. Let's say knight f2 back. I think knight was on f2.
Maybe black, with the king on h7, black needs to exchange a pair of rooks. But maybe
g4.
Knight g4, yes, sorry. So maybe she's, okay, king f, sorry. Knight f2 is a serious option.
Instead of knight f2, I can't see anything else, by the way. Maybe not king h7, but king h7 looks more or less natural.
King h7 is already played, yeah. So knight f2 is very tricky.
And what black can do there? Rook g8 is at least very logical.
Knight g4, yeah, but it is scary.
It's scary for sure.
Maybe there is some concrete way. No, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Let's start. Knight f6 is a threat.
Knight f6 is hanging, unfortunately.
Yeah,
okay, well, you can try rook f8, but
then king f2.
King g2. King g2, bishop f4, rook h3. Well, king g2 is also fine. I mean, just to avoid some extra checks and. I mean, the point being that...
No, sorry. What about rook e2 instead?
So trying to checkmate. That's another option. But I mean, like, overall, in general, this position is might be lost for black. Might be lost.
So
Also, white has an
it
idea to
seems-
transfer the bishop through.
Yes. Yes. It seems like after rook e2, black will need to move her knight, which is very unfortunate, because he's in very good blockading position. And then after rook h2, and bishop will go somewhere.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's almost a mate. It's almost a mate. So Pagonin is in real danger, and Guseva can score her third consecutive win, by the way.
Third, yeah?
After the painful loss in round 1 against Shuvalo, where she was dominating after the opening, and something very awkward started to happen.
Well, but she needs to play knight f2 now. It's not done yet.
Knight f2, I mean, you just have to think
Because,
which
for example,
pieces
after
you can...
knight g5, black's position should be held.
Yeah, no way. I mean, if, for example, hypothetically, if we trade the pair of knights, white's chances to win decreasing a little bit.
Much, maybe.
If we're trading knight on bishop, white's chances to win decreasing much. If we're trading our bishop
versus black's knight,
it will be just winning it like instantly, and so it means that we should save our knight and well, save as many pieces as we can. Artemiev against Fedosey, what's going on? Well, rook c1, knight h3, and probably rook c8 back. Otherwise, so what was the move? Rook a1, rook b7, rook c1, knight h3 were the last
it seems
moves.
like
rook c8 has to be played.
Yeah, rook c8 should be played, eh? Otherwise...
I know. Can we try a2, by the way?
What is the idea? Rook b8? Ah!
Yeah, rook b8. That's
tricky.
Yeah.
Tricky.
But the point being that probably you can try rook a7.
No, rook a8, rook a8.
Rook a8 and rook f7 is the idea.
Yes.
So, and what? Am I losing?
It looks so. Yeah,
looks simply lost. Okay, no, maybe I'm not losing, but like let's say rook f7.
No,
it's still a mate. It's still a mate. I mean, you have rook h8 mate in the end.
Well, sorry, no. Here I will just take on g6 after rook f7.
Ah, it's check.
And
that's a check.
No, but rook b8 then. Rook b8.
So knight h3, a2, rook a8, rook.
And rook if rook c6, then. Ah, but then check and rook goes back to f6, right?
So how to move?
Yeah, my idea was rook b8, but it doesn't work. Well, I mean, maybe it's still draw, but...
Okay, a2.
But maybe it's still draw.
It's a chance. You mean in this position?
Yeah, rook b8, rook takes... No, king g5, knight g5.
Ah, sorry.
Knight g5, rook f6.
I mean, knight e4 and just repeating the moves, at least. Is it possible?
Yeah, at least, right.
Yeah, let's say knight e4.
What happened? But what was played by?
Rook ab1 first.
Rook ab1 first. Okay.
Rook
f7 is still possible, right?
What was the point?
And now rook comes back, yeah, probably.
The rook comes back to, let's say, b8.
No, okay, knight g5.
Knight g5.
Rook f7 is played.
Yeah, probably it's just a positional draw. For all of a sudden. Yeah, so this game seemingly will end up in a draw. Not that evident, but... King h7 and Guseva takes her time. So knight f2 is probably winning, not a very difficult way. Geary against Gary Fulina, we have Queen B5, so Queen B... Bishop D7 was played instead of Bishop A6 for some reason.
Bishop
D7.
D7.
So she decided not to allow even E8 square there, which wasn't that obvious for me.
Yeah.
Bishop D7, why King F2? I don't know. Why not Bishop F7? Trying to at least to chain Black's forces. Maybe she didn't like Queen B5 still. I don't know. No, but I don't think that's very obvious. Let's say we take, play something. We cannot make anything smart there. Because let's say if we play King E1, they take on E3. If we play King F2, they take on B2, or King is too far. And Knight D6 is hanging, so we need to make a move.
King F2, Knight B2, and Knight D1 is coming.
And Knight D1, Knight D3, just a lot of threats. So it's quite easy for White to lose control. And
okay, then Olga should play, then just take on B5 and Bishop A3, which seems still quite safe for her, right?
Yeah, but that's just a draw. So just once again, Bishop A3, Black can play something else. Can they?
Doesn't seem so, yeah.
Yeah, we just put our king to B5, right? Take. Let's say Bishop C6, Bishop F7 or King E2, King B6, King D2, King A5 or King B5, and just Bishop anywhere, and that's a dead draw. Queen B5 is played. This game is most likely to end up in a draw. King F2 played instead of Knight F2. Well, Rook G8 comes instantly, so White allowed Black to trade a pair of rooks, and now Black is not that bad that they could be after Knight F2.
Yeah. I think this is just a missed opportunity by
just
Marina.
inaccuracy. So, what White can do there?
Oh, just take and King F3 probably. And still Knight F2, Knight G4 is coming.
Maybe still position is winning.
Still position is not very pleasant. But
so
at least Black is allowed to bring her king back now to business.
Yeah, we can play king. Can we play King G7?
Probably,
but then
yes.
Knight F2.
Still Knight F2, Knight G4. Still annoying, but
yeah, let's say Bishop F4. Bishop F4 and Knight D3 problem.
Knight D3 is also, yeah.
So maybe blaming for no reason, still the position is absolutely winning. But we would choose Knight F2.
Yeah, okay, Rook takes. Maybe Marin opted just for safest.
Yeah,
maybe
less pieces,
that was
more
her
confidence.
Reasoning. And King F3. King F3. Yeah.
King F3, and then she will play Bishop B5, Bishop D7, Bishop somewhere first, E6, let's say, and then put the Knight on F2 and so on. Yeah, that's what she does, and she's absolutely fine and on time, because 11 minutes is more than enough for this kind of position. No calculations at all, just pull all the pieces on the right spots and promote your pawns.
Maybe Natalia should try to transfer her bishop to D4, but
but
I'm
it's
not
also
sure it will help. Yeah, I'm not sure at all.
I think nothing may help there.
G5 will.
So what's going on? Rook AB1, Rook F7, Rook C8, Knight G5.
Knight G5, yes.
Probably Rook C1, Knight H3 draw, agreed. I would rather bet Knight.
Yeah. No, bishop. Well, Black can try Rook B8, but then, for example, Knight E6, Rook A8, Rook F A7, or any Rook to F7. Okay, just take on F8 then.
Yeah, just take on F8. So, but Knight E6, Rook A8.
And any Rook to A7. The point is that after A2, well, Rook A7 maybe, just A2, then Rook take G7. With at least perpetual.
Yeah, that's cute. Or Rook F8.
Rook F8 boss, yeah.
Yeah, trying to understand, can white be winning, but probably no. Yeah, the draw has to be agreed very, very soon there. Also a draw again in the game between Gira and Gary Fulina.
Okay, this is...
So this is the position on the board.
I don't know. This is the position already.
Just the same, okay.
I guess the draw will be...
King goes to a5.
The point is that black is trying to... Yeah, but okay, yeah, trying nothing actually, yeah.
Okay, they're pretending they're trying, but not really.
Not really, yeah. Okay, it's just a draw.
King f3 and... Yeah, terrible situation for Natalia Pogonina.
King g7, yeah. Knight f2, knight g4.
Knight f2 looks quite tasty there. Knight f2, and then probably knight e8 will be played. Otherwise, I can't see. Knight g4, knight f6.
No, the pawn is hanging, no?
And the pawn is hanging also.
So bishop a4 is required here.
Okay, well. Yeah, I refuse to analyze it. Just winning position.
Knight f2 is played. King f7. Okay, knight g4, I guess. King, bishop f4, and bishop b5. Yes.
Yeah, bishop b5. I'll say rook h8.
Rook h8 is still.
Maybe not that accurate. Okay, knight f2, king f7.
Maybe bishop b5 first.
Bishop b5 first. Yeah, that's what I like.
Bishop
also.
f4 still.
Just the same, no? Isn't it?
Maybe white has an additional option, knight d3 now.
Rook g3.
Okay, king f2.
Well, that's an idea.
I don't know if it's good or not, but at least this is
knight b5.
Knight b5.
Knight b5, knight f4. Still.
Yeah, but
still holding, still winning.
And rook takes b3.
Well, it has to be winning for many reasons. At least this one.
No, okay, yeah, it should be winning also, yeah. But okay, here we have some tactical stuff involved, so maybe this is not exactly.
Let's try to find the precise way for Marina Guseva. Okay, like king f7 is played. That means that knight d3 may come in with a tempo, forcing black to play king f8, king f6, sorry. Then it means, let's say knight e3, king f6, we can play bishop e2, winning the battle for the open file. Okay, but then you have c4. And for all of a sudden, I mean, this is a position which white could potentially lose. Let's say if you take on c4, knight c4, you can't even play knight f2 because of the mate. Yeah, I'm very good in this kind of calculations. Okay, knight e3 looks awkward, so it's better not to follow my recommendation. King f7, well, it would be easier for white with a pair of rooks. Now we can clearly point it out. How to put the pieces? It's not that easy. Okay, you know what? We can try the same. Maybe you're right. So knight g4.
Bishop f4.
Bishop f4, bishop b5, rook h8. We play bishop d7. We play rook h3. I play king. So I can't even go king f2. No, I can't. Theoretically, I can, but
still bishop g3.
Bishop g3, king g2 takes. I take the rook. You take the e4. But that's calculation. That's very well. In necessary calculations, the position where white are not expected to play in the forced, I mean, in the most principled manner. King f7, so maybe it's not that easy. Very strong knight on d6. Giving back the last hope to save the game. And once again, if bishop b5, then oh, sorry, knight f2, king f7. Is bishop b5 first?
Oh, still the same.
Still the same stuff. Bishop f4.
Okay, we can play bishop a6 instead. Well, it looks a bit awkward.
No, but you know what? Probably I have an idea. Finally, I have an idea. I saw it. I can just give up this e4 pawn. Let's say king e2. Oh, but you have also rook b3, which puzzles me. Because after rook e3, I thought I can play king f1. Let's say you take on e4. Take on e4, rook takes.
This is also tricky.
d6.
Okay, white is better, of course, but maybe not winning. Rook d4, king
d4, this one.
King f6, okay, bishop g5.
Bishop g5, let's say. Rook check. Do we need to?
Then king f6.
Uh-huh.
No, otherwise I will play e4, f3 probably.
Yeah, it's far from being clear for all of a sudden, so now we understand Marina why she's thinking about her next move. So Artemiev against Fedoseev. What's up?
So what about Gira's game? Is it still in process?
Yes, it is, but it won't last long for sure.
And who's
Gira
playing for win? So it's now Leila. He
okay, like king c3.
Plays, but
nobody plays.
Nobody plays.
Just making moves.
Oh,
maybe some kind of
draw is completed.
So bishop a2, no Zugzwang, right? The only move.
Sorry?
Can bishop a2 be the only move?
Well, yes, probably.
Okay, draw agreed. Moving further, the only one game remaining in the both sections, Gusev against Pogonina. Okay, maybe let's focus on this game, because in Artemiev against Fedoseev, I think we finally figured out that still position is drawish. And here, Gusev is seemingly winning, but we can't really see the way, the clear path to the victory. King f7. So bishop f4 on the very next move.
What about bishop h3, bishop g4 idea here?
That's interesting.
Then we will need to deal with c4, of course. But no, okay, maybe after bishop f4, bishop g4. Okay, my idea, of course, is to meet rook h8 with knight d3, so c4. Okay, let's take, just take, knight takes, and something like rook h1, yeah?
I'll say we have check, king e2.
King e2.
Knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4.
No, but we have rook h7.
Knight takes e4 even.
Or rook h7 first.
Or both, yeah. Okay, rook h7 first is even stronger. And bishop h5 as well.
Yeah, and bishop h5, so a lot of refutations. Bishop h3, yeah, finally you found the...
And it is played.
Wow, that's a very strong move. So she figured out how to put her minor pieces and meet the counterplay with just being cold-blooded. Bishop h3, so bishop g4 and rook h1 is coming, right?
Yeah, this is the idea.
So if we start with c4 there, does it make sense?
Okay, take
knight
anyway.
takes.
Well, it does. It does.
Let's say rook h1 probably still. And
rook h1, yeah.
I mean, but still, like, okay, knight d6.
And bishop g4.
Yeah, of course I agree white is much better, but
bishop h5, bishop g6.
Yeah, well, that's most likely the victory. That's most likely the victory. Bishop h3, and now we'll see the probably the decisive second time trouble for both players. And
so, what about Vladimir Fedoseev? He's still thinking about his move.
Rook f7, by the way. But the rook is on e8. The rook is on e8. Well, it changes absolutely nothing. The position is still dead drawish.
And knight e6 supposed to be played by white if black doesn't do anything.
Yeah, well, knight e6, and if black doesn't do anything, white may not do anything.
Even if black does anything, knight e6 will be played anyway, probably.
Or king h2, king g2. Well, I think plenty of options. I mean, the position is just positionally. The position is, yeah, sorry for this. The position is just absolutely drawish. Yeah, so let's focus on Gusev against Pagonina. Probably the decisive game.
Bishop f4.
Played?
Yes. And as far as we understand, the idea was to play bishop g4. Bishop g4. Yes. And what is Natalia's plan here?
Bishop g4 is played.
And now king f6. Okay, but still rook h1. Or maybe knight d3 first. But okay, yeah.
Yeah, rook h1 just.
Rook h1, yes.
Take control of h file. Let's say c4.
c4, yeah.
And now probably I realize that maybe knight d3 was better.
Maybe knight d3 was, yeah. Yeah, knight d3. Okay, let's start with knight d3. Then maybe bishop g5, right? And now, yeah, I will try to improve our rook. c4 takes, right?
It's not that, still not that clear. Funny.
Okay, I will try, once again, I will try to improve. So instead of rook h1, I will play bishop h5. So bishop g5, now bishop h5.
Bishop h4.
Bishop h4 then, No, okay.
Yeah, so just to show, if bishop h5, bishop h4 with a counterplay, rook g3 is coming. Knight e3, bishop g5, and it's not that easy how to break through there. Like, if we play knight b2 and play knight c4, it shouldn't be enough for white to win, right?
And rook h8.
Rook h8. Yeah, I mean, like, can we somehow try to even swap this blockade knight?
But maybe this is a very good idea, by the way.
Well, you can play rook h6 and try to control the 6th rank.
d6 maybe.
Yeah, but d6 can be included, and well, I don't believe it can be draw. Who knows?
Still like king f7.
d7 or rook d1 first, just to protect against rook d6, rook d1 first. King f7, rook d1 first, and
Okay, anyway, rook h1 is already played.
even there it's not.
So
far
c4
from
was
being
our
clear.
guess, yeah?
Knight c4, yeah, right? Or c4.
c4.
Ah, yeah, that's true. Probably I've got the
but
point.
maybe just
King
maybe
e2.
we just take on rook h7, right? No, not c4. It's not.
Not there, pardon
knight
me.
f7 is played.
Yes, but why not c4? c4 looks logical.
Take
Trade more pawns.
Yes, and rook h7.
Ah, rook h7, and then
E4,
yeah,
e4 is not hanging.
yeah, just well, Pagonina tries to find a chance, but probably the position doesn't suit it.
So king e2, right? Then bishop
G3.
Bishop g3.
Is it that dangerous? Don't think so.
But
you know, like
knight h3.
The
Knight h3.
funny thing that we also have this one. Well, you can pin me like rook h8, but and it could be. I know I have bishop f7
bishop f7.
killing. So also bishop h5 is
But
fine.
Anyway, knight h3 is already played,
which allows knight g5. But after
Yes.
knight g5, we simply take, play rook h7, and this position has to be lost. It's like white is playing with an extra bishop because bishop on f4 is completely stocked, and
no, it's still some fight.
oh, sorry, not this game. Yes, knight h3. Mutual time trouble. Knight h6 is not that good because of knight f4. Nothing can be good in this position for black. Let's say if we play bishop d2, what was the whole point?
What about rook h8 here?
No, but bishop d2, I can't see an idea how we improving. Maybe bishop h5 there, the only move. Otherwise, I can't get an
Okay,
idea.
maybe bishop h5.
So that could be the answer, right? That could be the answer. And knight g5 played.
No, not yet.
No?
No.
Sorry.
But what about rook h8 here?
Rook h8. Can we play d5, d6, by the way? Not really.
No, still knight g5.
Still knight g5. And
okay, or even knight takes d6, yeah? Even knight d6, rook d1, yeah, was your idea. Okay, bishop d2 is played. Following your recommendation.
so bishop h5 is the most logical, at least. Yeah,
now d6 as well, yeah? What about d6 now?
Yeah, d6 is possible, but you do not want to make this move before you'll be 100% sure it's winning.
Sure, no, that even rook d8, yeah.
So bishop h5 was fine.
Bishop h5.
I think it will lead to this more or less the same position after
Rook
knight
d1
g5.
is played instead.
Yeah, finally we stopped guessing the moves. But maybe it's not that bad for the players, maybe even better. So the bishop has to retreat.
Knight g5 is also considered.
Knight g5, knight takes, let's say bishop takes. Rook h1 or d6, that's the question.
Yeah. On d6, rook d8, and I failed to find any further improvement for white.
Oh, I think the still position is like absolutely winning. The easiest plan is just to play king f2 and put the bishop on b5.
But bishop c3 is played instead.
You mean instead of
knight g5?
Yeah, rook d1, bishop c3.
Bishop c3, yes.
Yeah, so now d6 looks a bit premature because then bishop d4 and the pawn simply falling. Even after the bishop d4, white is slightly better, but it would be impossible to win this position.
Bishop h5.
Yeah, bishop h5 is a move.
Black has at least rook h8.
Rook h8, could it be a blunder?
Bishop f7 still.
Bishop f7, obviously black has to take the knight, otherwise the position is absolutely lost. Let's say king g4 or g2 or e2. Okay, g2, I like g2 more. I don't know why. Knight, the rook has to retreat.
Knight d6 is played already.
So we can't really guess the move.
But then somehow
bishop
g6.
G6. That's what we were dreaming about.
Now then bishop g6.
Bishop g6, rook h8, and finally knight f2.
Yeah, this position
and now
we didn't like too much, but still maybe.
Well, bishop d4,
and then king goes to g5.
Some counterplay. Could white be worse there? I'm failing to answer. Yeah. I mean, that's just shows of our low level.
Knight f2 right away. Knight f2 right away.
That's smart.
Not still.
Rook h8 or bishop d4. No, now I see the point. Finally, and it's quite cute, as far as I can see. Bishop d4, knight g4. My idea was to take on e5. I was failing to understand what's going on after king h5, because if bishop takes and rook g1, this position has to be winning somehow. 3 connected pawns.
Yeah, probably.
King h5, and the point being that the rook on g1 can't really go because of bishop
is controlling
this g1 square. Even there, knight c4 or knight c6, like plenty of options, but with this king cutted off the h file.
Oh, but still, knight c6 is nice idea. What to do?
Also, knight c4. I don't know. I mean, I'm just a bit lost.
Maybe rook g4
with plenty of options. Rook g4. What is the point? The point being that the pawn on f5 could be potentially hanging, right?
Not just attacking, for pawn. I'm preparing knight g4, king g4.
Well, that's something that white has to avoid. So, knight, what is the position? Rook h8, once again. What else can we do? Yeah, for all of a sudden, it seemed to us that white has improved, but when we will see that
bishop
black
g6 is played, but then bishop d4.
Bishop d4 will be played for sure. Okay, knight g4, otherwise black will just take on f2. Or also rook h1 is possible.
I don't understand. Maybe rook h1.
Rook h1,
because here after king g5, I cannot understand what's going on.
But you know, like this position, I'm really puzzled with. It's like take knight g3, and
no. Knight g4 is played. What about king g5?
It's
getting double H.
Can we see the tables turned? Yeah, like the king g5, and I mean, playing with white pieces, you might feel scary because like black's king is slowly invading onto f4 square.
No, is it just
blunder?
I don't know. It's just very very risky for white. What to do? It's even hard to say what was missed by Marina.
Maybe king g5.
But
Just a square.
even after king g7, let's say what.
Okay, but king g7 means that white at least has reached something, but no f6 at all.
Maybe even
still.
rook takes d4.
Yes,
or some stuff, yeah.
Most likely no, but who knows?
And here, well, I think black is not worse anymore.
Rook d4 is desperate, right? At least if takes d4.
It will not work. This position.
Yeah.
Such a king. No, it's just...
And 55 seconds for Gusev, and well, that's the drama.
Okay, let's have a quick look to Artemiev Fedosev, which is not finished yet. Oh.
Somehow black has managed to transpose to 4-on-3, but he knight e6, rook c6, knight takes, king takes, take, okay.
Ah, this is it, okay.
Okay, but that's a dead draw with this pawn structure, pawns fixed. Simply rook f6.
Rook f6, probably.
Knight f2 is played. Wow. So...
Okay, just take e4, and black is winning, probably. At least playing for win. Maybe even not... Okay, knight...
Decided to take, because rook g1 was...
King f4 is also... But then f6...
Was it interesting to play rook h2, by the way?
Probably. But bishop f2 should be good enough, I think. No, but
it depends on what were we playing for.
Yeah, but still,
for draw, bishop f2, of course.
Knight takes.
I mean, like rook h2 at least looks a bit more ambitious, because
probably
king f2. Okay, well then now knight e4 will be taken.
Opts for a
king f4.
Solid. King f4 f6.
F6, of course.
That's why she took on e4 already.
Yeah, that's drama. You know the funny thing that after king e3, I think black could try knight c3.
Check, knight f6, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the point being that if rook d2, then rook h3 simply killing because of knight e4 threat.
I think king g2 is played.
Yeah, king g2 is more clever.
On simple rook d8, rook d6. I mean, okay, rook d8, king f3. Yeah. Oh, knight s3 is the threat. So maybe rook d8 is.
Yeah, like the black has received everything they were dreaming about when they were.
Not even dreaming.
Not even dreaming.
Knight d6 just played. It's just the safest option. Choose by Natalia, and maybe she is right.
Okay, like now white has more passed pawns, but their position is absolutely destroyed.
Just lost, yes.
Yes, because this fixed pawn, or I mean, like black is going to play rook h4, rook b4, and well,
or rook d4 even maybe.
Yes, so a lot of options. I mean, it's so easy for black to make a move, while white is really struggling and no open files. I mean, if white trades a pair of rooks, that's simply over. And well, yeah, just a very disappointing game for Marina, who's been much better.
Rook f1.
Rook f1, but
there's
well,
no point of this move.
Yeah, rook h4 is...
Rook h4 is still possible. Just protecting her pawn, but rook h4 is possible.
Yeah, and the bishop has no moves.
Bishop is horrible.
So rook h4 threatening rook b4, rook d4, rook f4, rook g4.
Rook f4, not that sure. Maybe rook takes f4 then.
Like pawn takes.
King f3.
I mean, like knight f5.
Knight a5. No, yes. Also
Probably also winning.
Also bad. But rook d4.
Yeah, rook d4 is one of the.
Fall, yeah.
King f6. Whatever. I mean, like black is simply a knight
rook
up
d1 should be played. Maybe the only option
to
remaining.
hold it on d3, right? At least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the rook d1 has to be played for sure. So is Artemiev against Fedosiev is yet to be ended up. Let's say f3. I can't get the point. Ah, okay, f3 is not a good move.
But
probably
it is played. King
really?
h2, yeah. Oh, okay.
So rook f1. I mean,
there are a lot of checks.
Check, king f5.
Rook goes somewhere.
Rook goes somewhere. Let's say e3. Rook e3, knight king f4.
King f4 then, no, not
yeah,
e8,
that's
rook,
the trick.
Rook e8, for example.
Yeah, of course, like rook a6
rook
or
a6.
Whatever. Rook takes, king g3, and the players have to agree and draw. Yeah, so no intrigue in Artemiev Fedosiev, it should be draw, and still Gusev. Yeah, rook d1 is made, like the last chance. Can you play rook d4, as you mentioned
rook
before?
d4, maybe king f4, there are a lot of options. King f4, like somehow also. But then rook
king f4.
King f4, rook f1, yeah. Okay.
Rook d1. Mm-hmm.
Oh, another option is just to play rook b4, rook d3, maybe c4.
Or e4.
No,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, e4 maybe. e4. Rook d4 is played.
Yeah, that's a smart decision.
So takes, which c pawn takes, yes. Yeah, that looks desperate. Looks desperate. Okay.
I thought Gusev should have played rook h1 instead of taking, because it's now it's lost at least some little practical chances. Let's say if rook takes, we can play rook h5, king f6, some bishop h7. Well, still no threats.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like even e4 or whatever. But still, just try to keep the rooks on the board.
No, because this position is just totally lost. Yeah.
Yeah, because like black is in time just to take on f5. Of course, e4 is also winning, but like knight f5.
Yeah,
Bishop has to retreat and then knight d6 back and just.
Yeah, but then e4.
Devastating.
We will play first here e4, and just knight takes a5.
e4 was played. Knight takes f5, or I probably should play king f6 first and then take knight f5. I mean, like over the board sometimes it's even safer.
King e5 even.
I mean, it's even safer. Yeah.
Yeah, but yes, there is no.
Yeah, just a drama in the game between Gusev and Pagonin at table's turn. I mean, like just scrolling the game quite quickly. Oh, she took on f5. I mean, like after the opening in the middle game, White was a little bit better, right? And in this position, instead of a4, White could have tried play f3. It means that if knight d2, then queen d2. Let's say, planning to play e4 in case of knight d6, then knight f2. And White could have been better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then just a normal game, and still White was better, by the way. And seems that so f takes c5 looks very, very unpleasant, but the point being that after rook e5, then there's knight g4,
and
simply winning. Yeah, so it looks like still Guseva outplayed her opponent in the middle game and in the end game. What was the critical moment?
No, here she missed the
Knight f2.
Knight f2 for some reason.
Yeah, so
Maybe she
King
didn't
f2
miss,
was the beginning of the end. Let's see. After Knight f2, no intrigue, Rook g8, Bishop Knight g4, and then
G4, yeah.
with an additional pair of Rook, White is simply mating.
Yeah, and
Then it was the game of missed opportunities, and well, the decisive mistake was probably.
no, okay, yeah, Knight g4, of course, because she could have played.
Yeah, Knight g4 for sure.
Rook h1 still.
It was just
yeah,
pointless.
And just resigned. And that's basically it for today, because at the same time, another game, well, the last game in the men's section, is just concluded.
Yeah, so the
draw.
players agree on draw, and just to explain you, I think the current result is incorrect because Black is absolutely winning.
Yeah,
and
Black has won.
Black won.
It's won.
And Fedoseev made a draw against Artemiev, who was quite cool stalemate in the end, by the way. King f4, the same position. Yeah, Rook check, King g4, Rook g4, King h4 in a very stylish manner, Rook g4. That's cute. That should be in the position of the day. And I think that's all for today, round 4. Such a tough day for players and for commentators as well, I promise. Gonna be fresh tomorrow, more energetic, and let's quickly recall the recent results.
So 2 decisive game in men's section. Jan Nepomniachtchi beat Mikhail Antipov with black pieces and joined Sergei Karakin in the lead. And Nikita Vitigov is back to the positive score after winning his game against Alexei Gaganov. Nikita is on +1. And Maxim Chigaev has +1 as well, right?
Yes.
And this is it.
And in the women's section, we've got, as usual, five decisive results. Only Gira Galifulina, it was quite tense. Gira had excellent winning chances, but spoiled some of them, and Galifulina then. So she solidified somehow. It was half miracle, but Leah fully deserved the right because she was battling till the very end. And, well, this is the cross tables, please. Yeah, look at the screen.
Yeah, as we mentioned already. So
Vitigov Chigaev +1, Karakin Nepomniachtchi +2, Fedoseev +1 as well.
Mm-hmm. And in women's section, we have Polina
4 out of 4. Grechkina +2.
4 out of 4. Grechkina is the sole second on.
And Pagonina is plus.
And Pagonina is on +1. No. Also.
She could
+2.
have been in a 50% score, but she won her game against Guseva.
Right, and she's also on +2. So we have 2 players on +2.
So yeah, tomorrow. I think a lot of exciting games. I think Yesipenko against Svidar, as far as I can recall. Well, obviously we will follow properly Sergei Karakin and Jan Nepomniachtchi games as being leaders of the men's section, as well as Polina Shovalova and Alexandra Grechkina. And probably it's a good time to say goodbye, but not forever. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. Moscow time, Russian Superfinals, round 5. Stay tuned.
Bye-bye.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских. Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Девочки, заходите.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки. Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном? Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.